Check. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Graphic Era family, I extend an extremely warm welcome to all of you. We will start by welcoming our esteemed guests on the stage. We have Dr. Upendra Kumar Singh and Dr. V.K. Saraswat sir with us. Of course, I will start with their official introductions once we have their sessions and addresses aligned. I will also request all the dignitaries and all the students in this beautiful auditorium today to give them a huge round of applause once they enter. I also welcome all the guests who are here from the different parts of the state and the country. The International Conference on Emerging Technologies in Computational Biology and Sustainable Food Systems, BIOCOM 2026, from May 7th to 9th at this university. This is one of the sessions which we'll be looking forward to today. We already have the guests backstage, so with that note, I will align the organizing committee to align them. Welcome, sir. Let's have a huge round of applause. We have Dr. V.K. Saraswat is already here, also our Chancellor. Welcome, sir. Also, a very, very warm welcome to Dr. Upendra Kumar Singh, sir. Welcome, sir. Thank you, sir. Accompanied by our Vice Chancellor. Kindly be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Requesting all the dignitaries and guests to kindly take the front rows as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to start the conference. And about the conference, no better than the convener to start with it, I would request Dr. Manup, who is a gold medalist in MSc from Banasthali Vidyapith, Rajasthan. Dr. Manup received her doctorate in biotechnology from HNV Garhwal University and has previously worked as a research fellow at the prestigious FRI and the Indian Council of Forest Research and Education in different projects funded by the Government of India. Her research and teaching experience of over 15 years involves studies on various aspects of plant sciences. Besides being actively involved in research work in the form of principal investigator in government-funded research projects, Dr. Pant has organized international conferences with the support of international agencies and over 20 national-level conferences, seminars, training, and outreach programs. She has also imparted academic consultancies to student trainees from other institutes, including NASI summer trainees. Dr. Pant has more than 100 peer-reviewed research publications in national and international journals, edited books, indexed conferences, proceedings, and 5 published patents to her credit. Dr. Pant has delivered numerous oral and poster presentations, keynote addresses, and invited talks at national and international scientific events. She has been supervising PhD undergraduate and postgraduate students in their research work, primarily on plant-based studies. For her work in the field of plant sciences, Dr. Pant has received appreciation in the form of awards from different state and national level bodies. And with that note, I would now request her to kindly come on stage and tell us about the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Manup.
A very good morning, one and all. Respected Dr. V.K. Saraswat, Member NITI Aayog, Government of India. Dr. U.K. Singh, Director General, Soldier Support System, DRDO, Government of India. Professor Upendra Singh, Vice Chancellor, Graphic Era, deemed to be a university. Dignitaries of the dais, delegates, and participants. It is my great privilege and honor to welcome you all to the inaugural function of International Conference on Emerging Technologies in Computational Biology and Sustainable Food Systems, BIOCOM 2026, jointly organized by the Department of Biosciences and Department of Hospitality Management. The objective of this conference is to foster innovation and socially responsible solutions through interdisciplinary dialogue in areas that are critical to our future. The 3 days mega event has thoughtfully designed sessions to cover a range of important and topical themes of computational sciences, artificial intelligence and analytics in food systems, biomolecular interactions, drug designing, agriculture, forensic science, food security, agriculture, and healthcare. The technical sessions have invited talks and panel discussions by distinguished experts from research, industry, and academia from across the world. I am very happy to share about the enthusiastic participation of more than 80 young research scholars and students from different institutions who will be presenting their research work on the conference themes in the form of poster and oral presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, this event has brought together over 200 participants from 9 different countries, reflecting the global spirit of collaboration that this conference stands for. Some of our international participants are joining us virtually and are currently with us in the inaugural session in online mode. My heartfelt welcome to all of them. As we begin this academic journey together, I sincerely hope that the conference becomes a vibrant platform for exchanging ideas, building new perspectives, and fostering long-lasting global collaborations. In closing, I would like to reiterate our guiding thought. Ano bhadrah kritavu yantu vishwatah. Let the noble thoughts come to us from all directions. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to each one of you to BIOCOM 2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pant. I would now request Professor Dr. Upendra Singh, Vice Chancellor of Graphic Era, deemed to be University Dehradun, for his address. Thank you, sir.
Dr. V.K. Saraswat, Honorable Chancellor of our University, Dr. Upendra Kumar Singh, the Director General, DRDO, distinguished guests, delegates, esteemed researchers, faculty members, dear students, and all participants, a very good morning to you all. It gives me immense pleasure and a profound sense of privilege to extend a very warm and cordial welcome to all of you to the International Conference of Emerging Technology in Computational Biology and Sustainable Food System, BIOCOM 2026, organized by Graphic Era deemed to be University. At the very outset, I consider it is a matter of great honor to welcome our distinguished dignitaries. We are deeply privileged by the gracious presence of Dr. V.K. Saraswat, an eminent scientist, visionary leader, and honorable chancellor of our university, whose outstanding contributions to India's scientific and technological advancement continue to inspire generations. We are equally honored to welcome Dr. Upendra Kumar Singh, the Director General DRDO, whose exemplary leadership and unwavering commitment to national research, innovation, and technological development are truly commendable. We also look forward to the gracious presence of our Honorable President, Professor Kamal Ganshala, subject to the convenience of his schedule. BIOCOM 2026 has been envisioned at a time when the world is facing increasingly complex scientific and societal challenges, issues such as climate change, food insecurity, emerging diseases, antimicrobial resistance, loss of biodiversity, and sustainable resource management demand urgent attention and innovative solutions. In such a scenario, Conventional approaches alone are no longer sufficient. The future of the science lies in integrating computational technologies, biological sciences, artificial intelligence, sustainability-driven resources to develop practical, scalable, and impactful solutions for emerging global problems. At Graphic Era Deemed to be University, we are continuously strengthening our research ecosystem to address these future challenges. In this direction, the university has established a state-of-art GPU facility in collaboration with NVIDIA, along with a central instrumentation facility equipped with advanced research instruments. This advanced computational infrastructure will significantly enhance research capabilities in computational biology, artificial intelligence, bioinformatics, predictive modeling, and sustainable food systems. This facility will enable researchers and students to analyze complex biological data, develop innovative technology, and contribute towards developing solutions for emerging challenges. What makes this conference truly significant is its interdisciplinary nature. By bringing together the computational sciences, biological research, sustainable food technologies, the conference creates a platform for collaboration, innovation, and finding practical solutions to emerging scientific and societal challenges. I am confident that the keynote addresses, technical sessions, scholarly deliberations, and interaction during this conference will stimulate innovative thinking, inspire rigorous research, and strengthens interdisciplinary and international collaboration. May BIOCOM 2026 emerge as a catalyst for innovation and a beacon of interdisciplinary excellence. On the behalf of the university, I once again extend my heartfelt welcome to all our esteemed dignitaries, delegates, researchers, and participants. I wish BIOCOM 2026 every success and hope that your participation in this conference proves academically enriching, professionally rewarding, and personally memorable. Thank you, and I wish the conference fruitful deliberations and grand success.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Before I call upon Dr. Upendra Kumar Singh, I have this honor to read his introduction. Dr. Upendra Kumar Singh, distinguished scientist, is currently holding charge of Director General at DRDO headquarters, New Delhi. Prior to this assignment, he was director of two very prominent laboratories of DRDO, that is Center of Artificial Intelligence and Robotics, Bangalore, and Defense Bioengineering and Electromedical Laboratory, Bangalore as well. Dr. Singh is alumnus of DAVV Indore and University of Hyderabad. He holds a PhD in soft computing. He is a pioneer in development of computer simulation and mathematical models for weapon system, robotics, and biomedical devices. Some of the prominent work which Dr. Singh steered are development of onboard computers for torpedoes, hardware in loop simulations for ballistic missiles, integrated life support system for light combat aircraft, Tejas, submarine escape system, individual underwater breathing apparatus for armored vehicles, CBRN detectors, and protective equipment. He has also led multiple teams for development of many biomedical devices like critical care ventilator, military-grade biomedical devices, and instrumentations. Dr. Singh has filed many patents and published numerous papers in national and international journals. He is a recipient of DRDO Award for Path-Breaking Research, DRDO Outstanding Technology Development and Laboratory Scientist of the Year Award. He is a life member of the Institution of Electronics and Telecommunications Engineers, Computer Society of India, and Aeronautical Society of India. Sir, it's an absolute pleasure to have you here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a thunderous applause for Dr. UK Singh. Let's have your address, sir. Thank you.
Professor Kamal Ghanshala, founder, President, Graphic Era Group of Institutions. Dr. V.K. Saraswat ji, member NITI Aayog, Chancellor of Graphic Era. He is my guru, and I have worked from 2000 to till now under his guidance. Professor Dr. Upendra Singh ji, Vice Chancellor Graphic Era. Professor Rakesh Sharma and Professor Santosh Saraf, Professor Pro Chancellors. Conveners and organizing secretaries of the International Conference, all the distinguished scientists and domain experts, researchers, esteemed invitees, a very good morning to everyone. It's a great pleasure and a privilege to be here in this international conference of computational biology and the sustainable food systems. In fact, this BIOCOM 2026, it's a great combination of looking after the health affairs, which we were discussing during the tea time, and what kind of research India should basically do so that we can meet the sustenance, food sustenance of growing population, as well as looking into the healthcare. Me being presently heading the life sciences cluster, which has been now reconverted and christened as soldier support systems, we look into various factors of the humans. It is mostly for the soldiers, but since it is looking into the affairs of the soldiers, it is a dual technology, which is both sides, for the society as well as for the soldiers. Today, in fact, we are living in a society where there is rapid transformation because of a lot of changes in the technologies. Today, artificial intelligence, in fact, only yesterday news was there that Google, Microsoft, and XAI has been asked by the government of US to submit their AI models so that these companies are not taking you for granted. Because all the data today, all over the world, it is available with the companies. They are having the better resources for the data. Whereas I think this is one place where India is lacking, though as a population, as a data we may be having in different parts of sectors, but as an integrated data we don't have. Whereas you all talked about the computational sciences, but data as an integrated country-wise, it's lacking, except for the whatever we are having in the form of UPIs, which is for the financial applications. Remaining data, particularly for the biomedical sciences, hospital data, including the policy which is there for the making bio devices, I think we are lagging. European policy is much better than us. We hope that maybe the next version comes where it will be able to satisfy the needs of the researchers at least. So I think we are having on one side have a technological advancements happening at an unprecedented scale and size and pace. And on the other side, we have to feed the growing population and also fight with the change of climates, maybe weather prediction, because a lot of transformations which are happening, the natural areas of the where plants and trees where they are in excess are getting pruned or truncated, and that is going to create a lot of changes in the weather. In our own lifetime, we have seen the places where perhaps there was no need for AC. Now we are finding that AC is being used everywhere. I think research is needed in many parts of the subjects, particularly for the environmental degradation which is happening, air pollution. In Delhi, you cannot basically breathe. You cannot go in the morning for walking, mostly, particularly in the winter area. So today I think requirement from this community is needed on the multiple fronts, not only in the computational biology and the food sustenance. Emerging technologies, whatever is the theme of this particular conference, are advancing the cause of particularly drug discovery, genomics and personalized medicines, sustainable food systems, weather predictions, climatic changes models, and environmental degradation factors through powerful computational tools. I think good that many institutions are now having powerful tools, particularly high computing devices. Even DRDO is having for the 18 petaflops. And we hope that today, because of the cloud computing which is available on service, on payment, can be utilized by the universities if they are not having their own computation systems. AI/ML or the big data, data mining, digital platforms, quantum computing and CRISPR tools. These are the emerging technologies, particularly in these two areas, which are making waves. And we hope that the study of plant genes, including the gut analysis of the human being, because over the year, our own gut itself has moved. And in fact, we have taken one projects in one of our laboratory, which was earlier called as the DFR, Defense Food Research Laboratory. Now it has been changed as DIBT. And there are projects in the international arena where there are more than 200 scientists working across the countries to find out the solution that how the guts of the human being had changed over the period of time. In fact, Dr. Saraswat was talking about changes in the gluten in our food habits. In fact, I was talking to ICAR DZ who were telling that we want farmers to grow something else than the wheat. But now regulations cannot be put it so that they can grow some other things where slowly the wheat and rice, I think nowadays all the dietitian will say that you don't take 3 whites. It's whether it is wheat or rice or sugar, including salt. So gut analysis will be the another good area where people can do research and they can combine. And in fact, DRDO is looking for a lot of research partners, both in the drug and drug basically research, as well as in the food research, particularly for the gut analysis. Because we face a lot of difficulties where our soldiers are there in the high Himalayan regions. And survival there on the food technology on which they are already accustomed to is very, very difficult. Can we find out some mechanism where either their gut itself can be changed with maybe slowly giving some kind of external nutrients, or we find out some drug. In fact, AI is powering genomic analysis, and we are knowing that sickle cell anemia, we have found out, particularly the Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology has found out the solution for the sickle cell anemia. And it has been named as Birsa 1 to honor Bhagwan Birsa from Chotanagpur district. Because this disease is particularly more prevalent in Chotanagpur and the tribal belt. We hope that such kind of research will be able to do much more for different kind of diseases, including in the genomics, particularly the pre-implantation of embryo undergoes routine genetic testing for the IVF. Nowadays it is a very routine check. In India it all happens in 3 lakhs, outside country it's very, very costly affair. And we can go to the extent of choosing what kind of next generation is going to be there, whether they have to be performance enhanced or whether you want to change the color of the eyes or the color of the screen. And there are more than 5 lakh children taking birth throughout the world. And particularly in Spain, it has gone up to 10% of their population. In addition, emerging tools are critical for identifying genetic variants and predicting disease risks. Particularly during COVID time, it was utilized, optimizing microRNA vaccine formulations, rapidly responding to emerging pathogens for containing pandemic, source attribution, and forensic analysis is very important. You must have heard about the opponent leader of Putin in Russia. He was basically on his seat, they had injected a chemical called Novichok. So we have to find out that what is the source, if some source is being injected from the outside, what are the countries who are the possible people who can do it? And one of our laboratory in Gwalior, they are the people who are OPCW approved. And only lab from 2009 to have got the OPCW approval for chemical as well as biological agent detection, particularly this group 4. Then we must also be able to utilize this emerging technology, particularly for the host pathogen interaction modeling and outbreak forecasting, predicting the monsoon, because sustenance when we are looking at, can we predict the monsoon coverage and take the steps in advance, basically to mitigate it. This will be needed for the long term. Identifying the food habits of every region, because South India we eat idli dosa, in North India we eat a lot of parathas. So to supplement the required nutrition, what kind of nutrition is needed in a particular region based on the guts. So a lot of study, a lot of research is needed. Similarly, understanding the crop, soil and environment more intelligently for improving the yield. Environmental factors are nearly 25% all over the world, which are responsible for the global death and diseases, heavily impacting human health through air pollution, water contamination and climate change. National One Health Mission, for which DRDO also is a member, from the Government of India integrates human, animal and environmental health to enhance pandemic preparedness, containing the diseases and the surveillance. Surveillance is very much needed to understand that the sources are coming or getting initiated from what area. DRDO also looks into the defense-concerned pathogens and work for the detection, protection and the management of risk group 4 pathogens. We are building BSL-4 facility, which will be able to work on the pathogen group 4 without much fear for any kind of contamination, which is coming in Gwalior. We also have basically working on making vaccine, particularly for Nipah virus, and the timeline given is one area. So this is the area where with the use of emerging technology, earlier making the vaccine was taking 15 to 20 years. We can reduce the timeline, reduce the cost, and go through all these high throughput screening and medium throughput screening very fast to make it so that the correct set of elements are basically converged on. We have also started vision-based robots to be utilized in the lab so that all the pathogenic elements we are basically separated physically as well as the chemical agents, which are basically risk group 1, serial 1 group of chemicals. DRDO long back also has developed the biodigester, which presently all Indian Railway is utilizing. You must be wondering that this biodigester has at least enabled that all the railway lines and the platforms at least are free from the human factor. Otherwise, you cannot stand on the platform. Finally, there are other two things which we are working on, which is particularly related with the health. Soldiers, they are the persons who get affected. The first element which get affected is the cornea of eye. Synthetic cornea, working on synthetic cornea is one of the very challenging tasks, and I think this will be, they're first in the world to have the cornea. We hope that we get the synthetic cornea, which is getting presently tested on rabbits. We also work on bionic ear, the cochlear implant, where the transmission of signal, most of the implanted devices generally battery is out inside, and finally again you have to undergo the second operation and third operation, whereas here the technology is being used to transmit the signal from the outside itself, the power itself, and that will be enabling the battery to stay outside. And this is again another challenging task to have the transmission and increase the efficiency of power transmission from outside to inside. Particularly in the cochlear implant, making the electrodes, where is the platinum iridium wire which is used is 24 micron, and which is 1/4 of your diameter of your hair. Now, basically, it is, though we may be talking about the AI, there are a lot of fear, particularly there is overlap of training and the testing data which had to be taken care. There are biases in the artificial intelligence data which is getting utilized. It also has got the trouble of poor generalization. And finally, we are not having the, there is lack of chemical insights if you are finding the drugs using the AI. But certainly nowadays, you must have heard that there are explainable AI, particularly SHAP, SHAP, and the LIME, which is getting utilized and which will be useful for, particularly for regulation safety, regulation compliance and the safety is needed, that we must use the explainable AI. Particularly nowadays, I think everybody is there on the work learning, particularly for the students on the DL, which is deep learning, which offers significant advantage in optimizing the chemical synthesis routes for the drugs, predict the drug pharmacokinetics, identifying drug target sites, particularly for the human being, and generating new molecular structures. This model learns on the intrinsic relationship between the compounds and the target protein. We hope that large number of medicines are getting done presently, though as of now, no FDA-approved drugs have come in the market, but there are more than 45 companies which have submitted presently for approval, and we hope that phase 1 and phase 2 approval will come, and finally AI will win with proper regulations. There are also need for these emerging technologies, particularly in the drugs. Reason being, there are more than 10,000 rare diseases, which we call it as the orphan diseases, where investment doesn't come from the investors, more because very few people are there, maybe 1 in million or maybe 50 to 60 in 1 million people, and it is not economically feasible. There are more than 300 million people all over the world who are suffering, and they are the people who are left out. They are not touched. And out of 300 million, there are 75% of the population, they are the children. They don't see the 5th year of their birth. And out of this, 100 million of such people are there only in India. We hope that technology will be utilized for giving the solutions to these kind of people, particularly inherited cancer, autoimmune disorders, and LSD, called lysosomal storage disorders, and the muscular dystrophies. These are the diseases which comes under this, and at least some drugs have started coming for these, but there are other thousands where no drug is available. Now, the conventional drug finding has got its own issues, particularly because of the cost. 2 million to 100 million to 2 billion rupees for one drug, generally in 10 to 17 years, is the time period which generally takes for any new drug. We hope that the synthetic, particularly synthetic or the in silico methods are now coming where the models of the human organs are available in the form where you can test it on for the innate, what we call it, the absorption, distribution, metabolism, excretion and toxicity properties of any of the drugs which are tested can be tested now on the in silico, basically on the silicon, which is the model of the human being. Very recently, scientists have created the first atlas of human brain development, identify how a stem cell differentiate neurons, astrocytes and other cells, offering insights into repairing of brain injuries. Because a lot of brain injuries, because nowadays we are having highways. From Delhi to here, we could reach in 2.5 hours. But then along with this, also comes is accident, particularly brain injuries. MIT researchers have presently developed Me Brains. It is a 3D human brain tissue platform that integrates neural and other cells to test neurodegenerative diseases and its treatment. So we hope that researchers also can come out with such stem cells platforms where in silico testing can be done. We all know that proteins are the workhorse molecules of life, with millions existing in the nature, and only few of them are basically novel ones, which can change and transform our life. The new tools have already started coming in the market, which enables researchers to churn out indigenous protein for vaccines and cancer treatment, as well as one interesting thing is for artificial pollution eating. I think a lot of research coming on the carbon capturing. We hope that some of you can work there. Bioinformatics supports CRISPR-Cas9 design, prime editing, base editing for precise gene functions, studies and therapies. I've already talked about the CRISPR sickle. There is another company called Regeneron, which has won the FDA approval for the first deafness gene therapy. And they are offering for free, particularly in US. This is the first gene therapy for inherited hearing losses in children in a clinical trial, and 80% of them, participants, have been found to have the meaningful hearing restoration, and that's a very good number. Particularly talking about the quantum computing, which is emerging another as a powerful tool for solving complex problems that exceed the capabilities of the conventional computing. Quantum simulations optimize molecular modeling such as lesion protein bindings for understanding and treating complex neurodegenerative conditions like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease. IBM particularly has come out, by this year end they are going to come out with a very generic compute of 128 qubits, where there will be millions of gates which can be conventionally, the way we understand, can be utilized. And by 2029, their promise is they will be able to give it up to 200 qubits with millions of gates, which will be acting as a supercomputer. We hope that we start utilizing particularly on the cloud. We hope that this particular conference will be very useful for fostering the meaningful discussions, encouraging collaborations, and generating innovative ideas that contribute to the scientific achievement and sustainable development. I hope that this discussion will enrich each one of you, and the Government of India certainly wants more people to come in the research, and DRDO has got different mechanism of funding the professors and the scholars, including companies. There are 15 centers of excellence all over India, and perhaps nearest one is for you is Delhi and Roorkee. We hope that some of the proposal comes from this community, and we start handshaking with each other to give solution to the armed forces and to the world. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. Extremely insightful session. With that note, I would now like to read the introduction for Dr. Vijay Kumar Saraswat, sir. It's an absolute pleasure and an honor. Dr. Vijay Kumar Saraswat is a highly esteemed scientist and member of NITI Aayog.
Namaskar. Am I audible? Very good morning. My dear, very old friend and colleague for many years, Dr. UK Singh, the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Upendra Singh, and all the academic dignitaries who are present here, in particular Dr. Pant, who has been responsible for organizing this BIOCOM 2026. It's indeed a pleasure to be here and be part of this discourse. I see a lot of young students present that augurs well as far as the future of this field is concerned. I see young boys, not so young boys and girls, and not so old people. So that's a good combination, and it will certainly take this science of BIOCOM to the next level. I think Dr. Singh gave a very lucid picture of where this particular technology is going. And just before coming on the dais, for 10 minutes we were having a discussion on how the transformation of this area, the sustainable food systems, with the emergence of the technology, particularly the biotechnology, you have to literally speak into the mic, particularly the biotechnology, has really made a difference. The difference which we were discussing is in two parts. Part one is, all of us know that India, after independence, was a hungry country. It was starving. And I was a young kid of 5 or 7 years when my mother used to tell me, please go stand in the queue for collection of wheat that will come from America through PL 480 scheme. Because the wheat production in our nation was not even adequate for that population of 30 to 40 crores at that time. I think it was about 45 crores or not more than that. So we have seen those days. Then came the Green Revolution, and we had focus on increasing productivity. But with the kind of seeds which came from outside, Mexican, and hence we had Green Revolution, and many people have been accredited for that, including our Dr. Swaminathan, the Mexican scientists, Bolo, and many others who participated in this great venture, which has led to this country having surplus food stocks today. So the science of biology has now made us self-sufficient as far as agriculture is concerned, food systems are concerned. The point which I am going to keep on talking rigorously is, our focus was on the scale, and the focus on the scale led to certain degradation in the nutritional values of our products which we have produced. And this generation, and the new generations which are coming are going to have a problem. Dr. Singh mentioned about infantile mortality rate. We talk about maternal mortality rate. We talk about the NITI Aayog, nutrition deficient nation. Our children suffer from malnutrition. Probably after Africa, we come next. So in a situation like that, what is the responsibility of the scientists who are present here? That whatever we are doing, biotechnology research, which is leading to sustainable food systems, our focus should not only be on the scale, but on the integration of the technology to improve nutrient content, and also ensure that it does not have any side effect. I'll give you an example. Those of you who have worked in this area, India has not given much acceptance to the genetically modified crops. In fact, there has been a running battle between the researchers and the regulators and the farmers. Farmers want more productivity. Regulators do not want GM crops because it has got adverse effect, what is called proximity effect of the GM crops. And antibiotic, that is antibiotic resistance. BT cotton is one such example. Those who have dealt with it. We started losing out on our indigenous cotton, which used to be the famous cotton. All of you may be remembering, Indian cotton used to be exported, Khatau days that, from Calcutta and those places. It was famous. And then to increase the productivity, we went for BT cotton. And one company in America, Monsanto, if I'm not wrong, was selling the seeds in this country. And so we started seeding BT cotton. Some good success happened. But then we found that it was not suitable for all parts of the country. What was valid for Maharashtra was not valid for Punjab. So then they started supplying specific fertilizers which are suitable for the soil, which is compatible with the kind of seeding which has been done. Then came the parasitic effects, the kind of bacteria which was coming, the kind of damage to the crop which was taken by the pollens. So again, the normal chemicals were not working. So Monsanto started selling now the specific chemical. Bollworm, you might have heard the name bollworm, was the thing. White bollworm disease, which led to almost 200 acres of crop in Punjab, BT cotton crop, damaged. So that was the business game which was going on. Why I am giving you this story, that we as researchers, we as scientists, tend to lose our basic thing with respect to the overall outcomes of that research. The overall outcomes of the research should be, improve the quality, improve productivity, without sacrificing on the basic aspects of that particular crop. And that basic aspect is directly related to the nutritional content. So I thought this BIOCOM 2026, we are such a distinguished gathering here today, will focus on that part. Because today, if you look at, we stand at a civilizational inflection point. Because there is a big combination or convergence of computational biology and sustainable food systems. It is not just an academic curiosity. It is actually the most consequential scientific development of the era. You must be all talking about synthetic biology as a major area of research. Now, synthetic biology is applicable to every aspect, whether it is the food or the drugs or anything. And synthetic biology cannot be done unless you have a good hold on computational biology. So there are challenges today we are confronted with. By 2050, the world will need to feed approximately 10 billion people on a planet where the foundations of agriculture are under severe stress. What is that stress? The stress is in terms of shrinking arable land because of urbanization taking place. Agricultural land is being converted into urban habitats, depleting aquifers. The water table is going down and down and down. Then we have insect pollinators. The percentage is increasing by day. And the variety of insect pollinators which are coming today is unmanageable and is one of the major areas we have to look at. And on top of that, we have a very unpredictable climate. Dr. Singh was mentioning about. That's why our Honorable Prime Minister often has said now that focus should be on climate-resistant crops. We have to do for making sure that we are able to grow rice in saline waters. I was visiting Andhra Pradesh. I went to a place called Rajmandri. I don't know how many of you have gone there. It is the delta of Godavari River. What is happening? That river is receding. The sea is coming in. As a result, the field where the rice used to be grown, almost 3 to 4 square kilometers of area is now uncultivable. And hence people have started doing the fish and all those kind of a thing, crabs and that kind of sericultures they are doing. So this climate change is one major thing, and we have to go for such crops which can be grown under these conditions. At the same time, the current food systems contribute nearly 30% of the global greenhouse gases. You know the kind of contribution of the rice growth. Rice contributes significantly to the greenhouse gases. Among the pollutants which we have, of course, the largest pollutant are the power sector, then comes industries, and third comes agriculture. So agriculture is also responsible for greenhouse gas emissions. And they consume almost about 70% of the fresh water resources. For a country where we have a huge problem of fresh water, this is a major problem. And they drive almost 80% of the global biodiversity loss. The other day we were talking under development that mangroves can be removed and we can create ports. You know the importance of mangroves, which are important for the biodiversity and the climate. We are compromising on that. So we have to find solutions through this biotechnology means. There is a serious waste crisis also which is happening. We are nearly 1/3 of all food produced, approximately 1.3 billion tons every year, is lost before it ever reaches the human consumption. These challenges are deeply interconnected and represent a systematic failure of the global food system. For scientists like us, we should consider that as an opportunity. Because we have to deliver 3 simultaneous outcomes. Number one, the food security and adequate nutrition. Number 2, the economic viability for producers across the value chain. And number 3 is the ecological balance and the planetary health. So computational biology provide the tools today to achieve all 3 by enabling precision, efficiency and biological intelligence at every stage of the food. So that is the advantage of the science. The integration of computational biology with sustainable food systems, what does it enable? It enables precision agriculture, resilient crop development, efficient resource utilization, and reduced environmental impact, directly addressing hunger, climate change, and biodiversity loss. I know all of you know about computational biology, but I will still venture into some of the foundations of that. It is an interdisciplinary field combining biology, computer science, mathematics, and data science to analyze complex living systems using algorithms, simulations, and large biological data sets. Dr. Singh mentioned about data sets. In fact, majority of our research is based upon non-indigenous data. The data what all of you use coming from the Western literature, Western data banks. How far it is applicable to the Indian situation, you have to gauge yourself. So there are various ways in which it has to be done, like the omics technology and big data, which includes genomics, transcriptomics, that is gene expression, and proteomics and metabolomics. These technologies like next generation sequencing enable rapid, large-scale analysis supporting integrated multi-omics models in agriculture. Second one is systems biology and modeling, where we use mathematical models to simulate the biological processes. I can only give you my experience on this. When Dr. Kalam was my boss, and I was a young scientist in those days in DRDO, there was a doctor by name Somashekar. He came from US and set up a hospital in Hyderabad called Care Hospital. But he was interested in learning about, because he was a heart specialist, he wanted to model the flow of blood in the heart and body. And he didn't know what kind of mathematical tools can be used. So one day he was talking to Dr. Kalam and came, and Dr. Kalam called some of us who knew computational fluid dynamics and things like that. He said, why can't we model the body fluid flow or the blood flow using the CFD? That was my first exposure of how CFD, the computational techniques, can be used for modeling the basic natural processes. Later on, of course, the science has grown tremendous. So this is the science which responses to the stress, analyze metabolic pathways, and study ecosystem interactions. The new technologies which are emerging are artificial intelligence and machine learning, where we process large data sets, and data sets will consist of data on weather, soil, genomic, imaging, yield data, and many others. What is the idea of that? That I should be able to do better prediction. That will help us in better decision making and provide us the means to get agricultural optimization. Next area which is of related importance is bioinformatic platforms. The tools and databases like NCBI, BLAST for analyzing genetic sequences, identifying similarities and predicting gene functions. And this is where I would like to cite yet another example, how collaboration and the existing digital platforms can be used. I think it was about 6 to 7 years back when one professor in Calcutta University took the lead to connect all the people who are working in the gene sequencing, genomics, to find out the gene sequence for TB in a cloud platform. Each researchers used to do, and they used to build, and over a year, under the Department of DST or CSIR, they came out with the gene expression as far as TB was concerned. But even today, it is inadequate for a TB which becomes drug resistant. Our main focus should be now to find out what are the genetic modifications that are taking place as that is making the TB as drug resistant. That is what we have to do that. Fifth one is the genomic editing technologies. CRISPR everybody knows, which is base editing and prime editing, enables the development of climate resilient, disease resistant and high efficiency crops. A lot of work is going on in CRISPR nowadays. A lot of scientists are working. Then comes RNA interference, which silences specific genes using RNA molecules for pest control, disease resistance and improved post-harvest quality without altering DNA. I mentioned about synthetic biology, which is a major source for the drug discovery also. Basically for designs, engineered biological systems for applications like biofertilizers, precision fermentation, biosensors, and biodegradable materials. Dr. Singh was talking about gut microbiome. Actually, microbiome engineering is a major field which is emerging today. I was suffering from some stomach problem, so one doctor suggested that my gut should be examined. And they said the new technology is gut microbiome analysis. So I found out in Delhi somebody is doing it. What is the cost? It costs about 2 lakhs rupees. I mean, it is beyond the reach of a normal person. So our effort is that emerging technology also should be such that it helps the common man. With basically the microbiome engineering for soil microbial communities like rhizospheres to enhance plant growth, nutrient uptake and resilience, they should be taken. Overall, computational biology enables a systems level understanding of life and supports smarter data-driven innovations in agriculture and biotechnology. Similarly, we have technology in the overall food systems. Shift from biological tools to deployment platforms where science reaches farms and supply chains. For example, the whole concept of precision agriculture is basically dependent on the biotechnology. Because when you do the soil analysis, soil health monitoring, crop growth monitoring, water management, and variable rate technology, all these inputs go into the precision agriculture, which is the need of the hour today. You know, one of the major problems India is facing today because of the green revolution we had is the overuse of fertilizers and overuse of water for irrigation. As a result, you know what has happened in Punjab. The productivity in Punjab has come down because the soil has become infertile. The water resources have gone down, and the overuse of fertilizers is leading to contamination to the extent that we have a cancer train running from Punjab to Bikaner for treatment of people living in that regions. So you have to do this precision agriculture because it leads to design of Internet of Things, good sensors, good drones, and also software based on artificial intelligence for real-time farm decision support system. Climate smart agriculture uses predictive modeling to adapt farming systems to climate variability and long-term change. For example, the seasonal forecasting, which is becoming very important today for all the farmers, and a good amount of work is being done by ICAR on that, and also IMD together. Crop simulation, which simulates the growth of the crop in future climate scenarios, and what are the varieties that should be selected depending upon the climate, soil conditions, and other factors. All this can be done using your modeling teams. Bio-based and green technologies are important because today everybody is thinking of going as much close as possible to the nature. To the extent that biotechnology department's program, which has been recently sanctioned called BioE3, has covered practically every aspect of bio-based green technologies. Even because I was working on carbon capture, utilization and storage, where I had not considered biotechnology as part of my initial report. But when I started discussing with Dr. Gokhale, he said, no, we have biocatalysts which should be able to capture carbon dioxide and should be able to do that. So we have now included that. the biomechanisms for carbon mitigation. That has been done. Microorganisms, enzymes, and biological processes to replace or reduce chemical inputs. Bioremediation, like microbial degradation and soil contaminants. Nutrient enhancement, sustainable pest control, and macrorizal inoculants. They will actually enhance the plant root surface area. There's another technology which you probably are already working on, is the alternative protein technologies. Emerging protein sources that radically reduce land, water, and greenhouse gas footprint versus convenient livestock, which is consisting of precision fermentation, cellular agriculture, and algae-based food. As I mentioned to you, that we are creating a lot of waste. So that is another area where biotechnology makes a major difference. Conversion of agriculture and food waste into high-value outputs. Now we all talk of bioethanol, we talk of biomethanol, we talk of sustainable aviation fuel which are coming. You must have recently heard in the news that in the region of Kutch, there is a particular weed variety which is in surplus, and one company is now setting up a plant to use that weed through the bioremediation process to convert it into biomethanol to supply for the ships and reduce the greenhouse gas. So this is the kind of technology which you can work on. For bioenergy, you know that Dr. Singh was talking about the digester. It is basically anaerobic digestion of food and crop waste. It is the same process. Animal feed, waste stream, valorization through enzymatic hydrolysis and insect bioconversion. Protein recovery, biofertilizers, and bioplastics, which is biodegradable packaging. I think DRDO was also working on the bioplastic for some time. So there is a need for integration of computational biology with the food systems. The transformative potential lies not in individual technologies, but in their integration. For example, digital twins. This is a new format which is coming up today. In defense and aerospace, we have been using this technology for years, but I think in the civil sector, it is now finding place because of the onset of artificial intelligence and also high computing power which is available. And tomorrow when the quantum computing emerges as the major source of computation, it is going to be the one of the main thing which will help you to simulate to the minutest detail the whole process, whether it's the body or the crop or the drug, which will help you. So real-time simulation can be done. Data-driven breeding for faster development using genomics and phenotyping. Supply chain AI for demand prediction, waste reduction, logistics and traceability. Data challenges are there because we have fragmented, incompatible data sets across domains. We have to work towards harmonizing them. Ethical and regulatory issues, concerns around gene editing and global policy differences. I mentioned to you about that. We have genetically modified brinjal, which has been developed by some of the scientists of, I think, Delhi University or somebody. We are not able to bring it to the market. Main reason, everybody has found, I'm following this process from 2009. Everybody has found that brinjal, although productivity improves, reduces in terms of the iodine content, which is one of the major nutrients as far as the brinjal is concerned. So then what is the point? This is one part. Second thing is, if I grow that brinjal and another crop, the pest impact, the effect on the other crop is so harsh that the farmer will not accept it. Now, we have to work on those problems if we want to introduce GM crops. We have to work on that. Similarly, when you work on hybrid crops or hybrid things, we have to again work on those parameters. So these are ethical and regulatory issues. And third thing is, last thing is the accessibility and equity. Anything which you develop, I mentioned to you about gut biomicrobiome, it should be accessible and affordable. So I would like to give you some future directions. One of them is AI-driven autonomous agriculture, which consists of autonomous seeding, weeding, and harvesting, reinforcement learning for adaptive management, edge AI for real-time on device processing, and multi-robo systems replacing large machineries. Integrated food health systems, computational platforms, are linking agriculture, nutrition, and healthcare for better outcomes, like exposome integration, which integrate diet, environment, genetics, and microbiome. Food as a medicine, as diverse prevention. I think Dr. Singh talked about personalized medicine. Real-world data linking diet and health records and personalized nutrition based on genomic insights. Most important thing I want to mention here is, which I have not touched in my talk because of the paucity of time, but I don't want to leave it without giving you my fear. All the examples which were given by Dr. Singh were that of Western origin. IBM is doing this, Google is doing this, so-and-so is doing this drug is coming, that drug is coming, that vaccine is happening. I want to know, for so many research work, and we are supposed to be one of the topmost countries as far as the pharmaceuticals are concerned. But there is no Indian drug which we can say this is an Indian designed, developed, manufactured drug of Indian design. Even paracetamol is not designed by us. Even the advanced, what we call as the basic ingredient, API as we call them, pharmaceutical ingredient, for paracetamol are not manufactured in India. And it was noticed during the COVID period. The API did not come from China, so our paracetamol production went down, and paracetamol, which normally costs about 50 paisa or something like that, was being sold at 40 rupees. And that was one of the drug of choice at that time, because there were fewer paracetamol there. So we started to see this problem. So all you researchers who are working on drug design, drug discovery, kindly accelerate your process in the original thinking. And there is so much of scope for doing new drugs for different diseases which he mentioned. I think we have to take a different course rather than doing an additive and repetitive kind of a research which is based upon the foreign data and foreign journals and things like that. We have to think ourselves. We have to bring Indian designs. We have to bring it to the fore. So, to end, I would like to say the future of food lies in deep integration of biology, computation, and sustainability principles, supported by policy frameworks, interdisciplinary collaborations, and inclusive technological access. Only through such a holistic approach can humanity achieve long-term food security and environmental sustainability. The convergence of computational biology has given us the tools to redesign the most consequential human system on Earth. The question is no longer whether these tools work. The question is whether we have the institutional will to deploy them. At the speed the challenge demands, at the scale the problem requires, with the equity that human dignity requires. Finally, science fed by data must feed the world by equity. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best for the conference.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for that address. What an insightful, in-depth analysis. This is the right moment for us to have the release of the conference souvenir. I will request the dignitaries to kindly stand up, and I'll also request the organizing committee if we can have the souvenirs on stage, please. I'll also request the convener and the co-convener to join us for the release of the souvenir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause. That's the official release of the souvenir for BIOCOM 2026. Congratulations. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll request the guests to kindly take their seats. I will also now request for the felicitation of our esteemed guests. I will request if we can have a small memento for our appreciation. I'll request Professor Dr. Upendra Singh to kindly do the needful. If we can please have the memento and facilitate Dr. V.K. Saraswat, sir. Thank you for being here, sir. Thank you for the insightful session as well and your kind address. If we can please have the memento now. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause. Dr. V.K. Saraswat. Thank you, sir. I'll also request if we can have the memento for Dr. Upendra Kumar Singh, Director General, DRDO, Government of India. Thank you for being here, sir. It's an absolute pleasure to have you. Thank you. I'll request you to kindly take your seats. Also, for the vote of thanks, I would now kindly request Pro Vice Chancellor sir to kindly come on stage, Dr. Santosh Saraswat, for his thank you note. Thank you.
President, good morning to all of you. It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks for the inaugural session of the International Conference BIOCOM 2026, organized by Department of Biosciences and Department of Hospitality Management, Graphic Era deemed to be university. We express our sincere gratitude to our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. V.K. Saraswat, Member NITI Aayog, Government of India, for his inspiring address and valuable guidance. Sir, you have set the tone for all the young people to look forward for an exciting research career. We are deeply thankful to Dr. Upendra Kumar Singh, Director General DRDO, for sharing his valuable insights and motivating the academic and research community towards scientific excellence and national development. We extend our heartfelt thanks to Professor Dr. Kamal Kanchala, President Graphic Era, Group of Institutions, for his visionary leadership and continuous support towards academic and research excellence. I take this opportunity to thank all the invited speakers, session chairs, researchers, industry experts and participants from across the country and abroad for contributing to this scholarly gathering. A special note of thanks goes to the organizing committee, faculty members, staff, volunteers, and students whose dedication and hard work have made this event possible. As we begin this three-day journey, we look forward to meaningful discussions, innovative ideas, fruitful contributions, and impactful outcomes. Thank you all once again for your gracious presence and support. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. I'll request everybody to kindly rise now. That was our inaugural ceremony. We will now have the national anthem. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly be seated.
Of Hospitality Management, it is my great privilege to welcome you all to the former director, ICMR, RMRC, Chair, Disease Elimination and Head, Division of Policy and Communication, Indian Council of Medical Research, that is ICMR. Another distinguished guest that we have today is Shri Senior Scientist, CERT in Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our dignitaries with huge round of applause. May I now request our guests to kindly take their seats on the dais. So please. Thank you, sirs. As we move ahead with the session, it is my honor to introduce Dr. R.K. Shrivastava. Dr. R.K. Shrivastava is a renowned public health expert with decades of experience in controlling vector-borne diseases through innovative approaches. Preparedness. He has previously served as founder director of ICMR Regional Medical Research Center, Gorakhpur, and ICMR Chair Disease Elimination, as well as Scientist G and Head Policy and Communication at Indian Council of Medical Research, Headquarters, New Delhi. Dr. Shrivastava has played a significant role in establishing advanced health infrastructure, strengthening health communication system, translating research into policy, and fostering multi-institutional collaborations. Dr. Shrivastava has authored over 150 research papers, articles, and editorials in reputed national and international journals, and has received several prestigious awards. He is a fellow of National Academy of Sciences and served on editorial boards of multiple scientific journals. Currently, he is visiting professor at Search, Gadchiroli, and a senior advisor to Voluntary Health Association India, continuing his effort towards societal impact beyond academia. His work spans community engagement, health communication, social media literacy, policy, translations. His leadership include major initiatives such as TB prevalence surveys, COVID-19 sero-surveys, vaccine studies, stigma reduction effort, and innovative programs like Mission Shakti, aimed at promoting awareness among school children. Without further delay, may I now invite Sir for the talk. Sir, please.
proud privilege and honor to be here in the Graphic Era University in Dehradun. So I'm so thankful to the President of the Graphic Era Group of Institutions, as well as the Vice Chancellor of the University, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Pro-Chancellor, and Dr. Manup, who is the convener and organizer of this important conference today. So as she already highlighted about my background, I am coming from the Indian Council of Medical Research. I have spent more than 4 decades working in the areas of research. But here I can see the people from the diverse group of discipline. Many of you may not be working in the area of life sciences, biological sciences, maybe in different areas. But I know Dr. Pandey is working in the agricultural side, food technology. But all these disciplines, they are interconnected. We are living in a society today that we cannot work in silos. And in the morning, Dr. Saraswat and Dr. Upendra Singh was also highlighted about the problem of the One Health. Today we are talking about the One Health. One Health is that we have to depend on each and every department. Because being in the ICMR, I was focusing only on the human health. But human health is also connected with the animal health, and all the two are connected to the environmental health. So this is the One Health, that is the human health, animal health, and the environmental health. So interconnectedness is really, really important. We cannot work without the support from the physical science. We cannot work without the support from the agricultural science or from many other sciences also. So in the computer science, because today we are in the area of AI also. So don't think that if you are not from the health sciences, because now we have to work in collaboration and in interconnectedness with the other departments. So I am going to talk something about the science and technology, how science and technology is changing the human life, the societal changes, and what impact it has made over the last 75 years, if I call it, because when India got independent in 1947, we were struggling with many other problems. In the morning they were talking about food scarcity, food hunger was a big issue. Then there were many diseases also prevalent in the country. So how science has solved those problems, and when the Prime Minister talked about the Viksit Bharat 2047, so how science can take us to that goal of Viksit Bharat 2047. So this is the first slide about India. So when we talk about the India is, it's a vast country, it's a very diverse country with 1.4 billion population. There are socio-economic variations, there are regional diversities, there are some ethnic problems because the population living in the tribal area, they have certain issues, and there is a different landscape. Some people who are living in the forest area, some in the plain area, some in the healthy area. So all this creates a complicated epidemiological situations, and the local conditions they determine. Suppose, for example, the people who are living in the Andaman and Nicobar or in the northeast, they may be having different kind of a problem in comparison to those who are living in Dehradun or in Delhi or in Bhushan or in the tribal dominated areas, Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh. So regional variations, local problems, they also determine many of the issues. Then there are health disparities. For example, if we are living in a city like Delhi, we have better facilities, we have big hospitals, but all these facilities, they are not there in the rural areas. They are still dependent on the health and wellness center, on the primary health centers. So these are the health disparities. Sometimes some states they are doing very good, states like the Kerala, and some states they are still struggling like the Bihar or the Jharkhand or the Chhattisgarh. So health disparities, rural versus urban, they also determine the situation, and the private and public sector. In a country like India, many of the we are dependent on the private sector. The 70 versus 30. So whatever health facilities are there in the government sector, they are only in the 30%. So all these things they create a problem and they determine the course of the action. So if you look at in 1947 when we got freedom, as in the morning Dr. Saraswat and Dr. Upendra Singh was highlighted that we were studying from the food deficient to agriculture powerhouse now. So we were studying because before fearful in even system in the morning that we used to line up in the queue to get the wheat. But now because of the green revolution, the high yielding variety of seeds, fertilizers, irrigation, that has transformed the food grain production, and now we are in the surplus with 54 million tons was the grain production in the 24-25. From the green revolution, we went to the white revolution, and we are the largest producer of the milk in the world. So because of the Malaysia Korean and the against of Iran, and the agriculture is contributing 18% of India's vast value-added contribution. That is how the green revolution and the white revolution has changed, and we have become from the food deficient to the surplus country. So even there is also largest milk producer. In the case of second largest global producer of rice, wheat, and sugar cane. In the area of fisheries, we are the second largest fish producer globally. And horticulture also in the millets. We are talking about the millets also. World largest producer contributing 18% of the global millet production. So India area of agriculture, science has done excellent work, and now we have become the self-reliant India agriculture. Now if you talk about the space research, and we are seeing the days when this rocket was being transported in a bicycle. So that was the situation we have seen in a country like India. And we launched the Artifact in 75-80, then Chandrayaan 2008, Mangalyaan, Chandrayaan 3, the lunar South Pole was the first country. Then we went to reach on the Mars also. So that was the visionary leadership of the Professor Satish Dhawan and Vikram Sarabhai that made the changes in the space research. Because of the low cost innovation, because many of the technologies they were developed inside India, and because of being developed in India, they were low cost. India's technologies, low cost innovation and visionary leadership. So in the area of space research, India has done extremely well, and we are now competing with the NASA. So every time we listen and hear about the India is launching satellites. And because of these satellites, we are now able to get the real-time climatic condition in my direction when the cyclone is happening. Even the satellites, they are helping to get the internet connectivity. Even the GPS system is also run because of satellite. So space technology is making a lot of difference in our day-to-day life. And I have not mentioned any slide about the defense because of some safety issue. But the India area of defense also, India has done extremely well. We know the Akash, we know the Agni, and we know the BrahMos also. And in the recently we had the Operation Sindhu, and there India showed the power, how powerful we are in the area of defense also. So in the area of defense also, India has done excellent work. Now I belong to the area of health. I will talk something about the health also. So when India got freedom in 1947, the life expectancy, हमारे जो जीवन की आयु की उस time, we were just 32 years. Just imagine a person when born in 1947, it was imagined that the person life survival is only 32 to 35 years. But today, because of the innovation, scientific technologies, and development in the area of health research, the life expectancy has reached from the 22 to 70. So now we are expecting that a person is born in India will survive till the age of 70 years. So that is how the science has changed the whole life. That the life expectancy has increased from 22 years to 70 years. And the major victories over the years, in the last 75 years, that India is now smallpox free. Those who were born in 60 or 70, they might have seen the chicken smallpox. So now we have overcome this smallpox, and India is smallpox free. India is also polio free. We have eliminated polio from the country. Otherwise, the kids they used to suffer because of the polio. But still, we are suffering with the non-communicable disease. We call it a double burden: chronic disease, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and outside the persistent infection. Like still, we are struggling to eliminate the diseases like TB. Then the mental health, low trafficking disease, antimicrobial resistance, one health. So these are the issues we are still struggling. But persistently also exist in the area of malnutrition. We are still struggling with the anemia, and Sir is working on bioavailability of the iron. So how we can understand the government of India is running anemia Mukta Bharat. So this is again the issue which we are studying because of the regional disparities and the quality care remain a challenge.
So these are the issues in the area of health that we are still struggling. And this graph shows that in last 75 years, the life expectancy has come from 32 to 70 years because of the cumulative effect of mass immunization, improved sanitation, better nutrition, better healthcare access, and the improvement of medical science across 7 decades. And if you see on the right side, this is the infant mortality. When a child is born, he used to die. And this infant mortality has come down from 145 per thousand live birth to around 25 now. So this is a significant achievement in the area of infant mortality because of the immunization, that now if the child is born, that we expect that the child will survive. Similarly, the problem was the maternal mortality. Maternal mortality, you see, it has also come down from the 384 to per 1 lakh births to around 80 now. So this is the strongest health system drivers. If the NMR has come down because of the institutional relief, we have seen like the Jani Surakha Yojana, as well as the other government intervention, which has really made impact on the maternal mortality. This is a big achievement that we have used the NMR. And these were the epidemics which were causing and impacting the huge population in the country. Plague used to happen, and it used to kill 12.5 million people in 1896 to 1926. But now India is free from the human plague at least. Smallpox I already touched upon that it has been eliminated from India. Polio was a big problem, it has been eliminated. Malaria was also a big problem when the country got independence. And there were around 100 million cases with 1 million deaths per year alone. You can just imagine what was the severity of the problem of malaria. But now it has been controlled to a larger extent. We have only 2 lakh cases and 55 deaths in 2025. So now we are talking about the elimination of malaria by 2030. So this is again a big achievement in the area of malaria control. And vaccination, there was only 1 vaccine in 1880, but now we have mentioned in the Dhanush. So we have a complete set of vaccination which is helping for the prevention of many other diseases. Besides the smallpox and the polio, we have also been able to eliminate the neonatal tetanus, guinea worm, and trachoma. So these are the significant achievements because of the science and the technology that we have achieved success in eliminating these diseases. Besides this, cholera and diarrhea was also a big problem. So we developed oral reaction therapy, rotavirus vaccine, same what micronutrient, roll-up zinc and vitamin A, and a new cholera strain, Vibrio cholerae 0139 was also identified and detected. So this new treatment as well as the vaccine has helped in the reduction of the cholera and diarrhea. And besides that, access to sanitation, because of such Bharat now we have open defecation has come down, and 90% of the population they are having the toilet coverage. So this is also helping for the reduction in the cholera and the diarrhea. Now talking about the tuberculosis, because it is still a big problem. And in older days, if a person was having tuberculosis, the only solution was to send him or her to a sanatorium. If you remember, Kamala Nehru, the wife of Jawaharlal Nehru, she was the TB patient, and she was sent to a sanatorium in Missouri. So because there was no treatment available for the treatment of tuberculosis, but with the support from the science and technology, we have tested, validated the directly observed short-course therapy, and we demonstrated that yes, TB can be treated at home at the doorstep. So from sanatorium to doorstep, this is a new treatment for the tuberculosis, and the new molecular diagnostic tool like TrueNet. Earlier there was the gene therapy, now we have a TrueNet. Gene expert and TrueNet. So TrueNet is a battery operated in the field area, in the PSC area. You can detect molecular testing of tuberculosis. Besides the TrueNet, we have a handheld X-ray. You need not to go to the big hospital for getting X-ray. So through the handheld X-ray, this test TB can be diagnosed. And new technology like drug to vaccine, the impact is that there is a reduction in the tuberculosis, 20% decline in the TB between 2015 to 2024. Cases dropping from 237 to 183 per lakh population. So, lot of impact. New technologies, they are making impact on the tuberculosis reduction, and the target is now to end the TB by 2030. So, hopefully, with the new interventions, we will be able to achieve the target. And the leprosy, when Gandhi was here, and there was a big issue to treat with the leprosy, and leprosy was having the stigma also. So again, for the leprosy also, multi-drug therapy made a big and played an important role. Surgery, rehabilitation, decompression therapy, and the MIP vaccine was also launched in some of the states, and the software was also helping. And now India has achieved almost the elimination of leprosy. Only few places are there, and we have done significantly done good in the area of leprosy. But now this conference is happening about the computational biology. So how computational biology can play an important role in health sciences and better diagnosis of the diseases. So this science is in the morning, Dr. Saraswat also highlighted, touched upon, and Dr. Upendra Kumar Singh also touched upon. This is the intersection of biology, mathematics, computer science, and it helps researchers to model and understand the complex living system. Because we know all of us and all human beings, there is a cell. Inside the cell, there are the genes. They decide on everything. If you are a tall, short, big, fat, you are having any disease, cancer, sickle cell anemia, everything is being decided by the gene. So if we can do the molecular diagnostics and we can detect, I think we can plan some proper treatment. So this is how this different combination of mathematics, computer science, and different models you can detect, and it can help in solving the complex living system. And it can also help from drug discovery to disease prediction, you can predict because of this, and this will help in reshaping the science to a new level. And the genomics, I think the Human Genome Project was a wonderful experiment which was done, and the Genome Project was completed in 2003. And the computational tools, they played an important role in assembling and analyzing the vast data set from the human genome. Because you have a huge amount of data set, so this computational biology can help to analyze and identify the genetic variation, what variations are happening. They are linked to the disease, understanding the gene function, how particular gene is functioning, and exploring the genetic basis of the human diversity. If you see why the Negroes, they have a curly hair in Africa, why not Indians? This is all in our genes. So this kind of a technology can help, and it can also help in the data management. Analyzing, interpreting, ever-growing genomic data is required sophisticated computational system. So we have a huge amount of the data. So this through computational biology we can detect many of the data. So how computational biology is playing important role in the cancer research. So there are, for the cancer there are multiple reasons. Sometimes it happens because of the genetic variation. Some mutation happens in our genes that leads to the cancer. So genomic data analysis pinpoints mutation that contribute to tumor growth. So what are those particular genes which are responsive for the tumor growth? That can be detected. And based on that, you can plan some targeted therapies. So inside lead to therapies that inhibit mutated proteins of a personalized treatment. So suppose a person is having a different kind of a mutation, you can give a targeted therapy and understanding the tumor evolution, how tumor growth is happening. So this computational biology can help in identifying the mutation, planning the targeted therapies, and understanding the tumor growth. So this is the Cancer Atlas project, and they use the landmark collaborative effort combining experimental, computational expertise to advance cancer genomics through large-scale, high-throughput data. This project used computational biology, genomic discovery, identified key mutations, copy number variations, epigenetic modification, driving cancer development across multiple cancer types. This was one. Therapeutic targets, highlighted potential targets for precision oncology, explaining the molecular basis of different cancers. And the clinical translation underscores the critical importance of combining experimental, computational expertise, target genomic discovery, and clinical application. So how you can identify particular genes, how you can identify particular mutations, and how you can plan the therapies. So that's how this is helping the computational biology in the area of cancer. Then the precision medicine and predictive modeling. So this tailors treatment to individual genetic, environmental, lifestyle factors. You can plan particular therapy, and this is called precision medicine. Personal therapy. For example, a therapy for a person A will be different from a person B to person C. So based on computational biology, you can identify the genetic variant linked to drug response, whether this drug is going to have impact or not, and guide the selection of the most effective treatment. And it will also help in minimizing the adverse event, because most of the drugs they have some adverse event. So you can minimize if it is targeted. For example, problem is on the throat. So why to impact the whole body? in the targeted therapy only this part will be affected and others will not be affected. That is how the targeted therapy will help. And multi-omics, we were talking about the genomic and transcriptomic, proteomic, because the proteins, they also are responsible. And the clinical data to build a comprehensive patient profile. So based on integrating all the data, genomic, transcriptomic and proteomic data, you can combine, analyze and make a plan for a comprehensive patient profiles. And it can also help in the disease risk prediction. Predictive models enable early detection and the prevention strategy before disease onset, improving outcome at scale. So what is happening, as Dr. Saraswat is also highlighting, when a child is born, if you can do a genetic analysis in the beginning, you can prevent that this mutation may lead to this kind of disease. So early detection, predictive modeling can plan some therapy, some prevention also. That is how this is working. So now today we are living in an era of artificial intelligence, because AI is everywhere. Without AI, I think in older days we were working without the computers, even without the mobile, and we were very happy. We never thought that we need this. But today, anybody can work without internet, without mobile. It's practically impossible. So that is how this AI is coming. It is in the initial stage, but in the coming years, I think it would be very difficult to work without the AI. How AI is working? Suppose you have to find out something about myself, Rajnikant. So you have to read through where I am on LinkedIn, on social media, on Salama and everything. You will collect, you will read, and you will prepare some notes. What AI is doing? AI is just doing a complete checking of all which is available on the internet, and it will give you in a second time the entire information about myself. This is how AI is very, very efficient. So AI machine learning algorithm, they analyze the complex high-dimensional biological data. So there are many biological data. Some gene sequences are there, some genome data is there, some other data is there. So this AI machine learning, they are doing algorithm analysis to analyze the biological data and uncovering the pattern and the relationship beyond the reach of traditional method. So traditionally, जैसे हम लोग in older days we used to do chi-square, t-test manually. I have done personally, but now we have SPSS software. You have to put the data and everything will be available. So similarly, traditional methods won't be able to do that kind of a study they can do, and they can help in the protein structure prediction, deep learning, and predict the steady protein structure from amino acids. AI-driven platform is seeing vast compound of libraries, predict biological activity, and optimize drug design. It can help in the drug designing and accelerating the development. And it can also classify disease by molecular signature, enabling early and more precise diagnosis. So if we can integrate AI, machine learning, and computational data, I think it will help in predictive modeling and taking early action. So this was the biggest problem and the biggest threat which happened in last 100 years. And we have all witnessed when the COVID-19 struck in 2020. And we were all inside our homes. There was a complete lockdown. And this SARS-CoV-2 virus, it was completely new. We were totally unaware about this virus. What is the characteristics, how it behaves, how it will mutate. So nothing was known. So this computational biology also helped to understand about this virus, how science and data and the technology, they came together to solve the most complex public health crisis. So in the COVID-19 time, what was happening? So there was a rapid advancement by imaging sequence similarity, because when the virus happened, it happened in Wuhan. So the virus was isolated and the sequencing was done. So based on the sequencing, you can isolate the virus in India and you can check the sequences whether they are similar or different. If they are similar, you can find out this is a Wuhan strain. So this was helping phylogenetic studies from where it has originated, from Africa, from China, from Europe. Structural modeling, understand the virus. So this computational biology was helping to understand about the virus, how it is behaving, how it is evolving, how it is mutating, and it played a pivotal role in accelerating the vaccine design. How we can design a vaccine, because we have to design a vaccine. It is based on the immunological model, antibody antigen reaction. So spike proteins of the virus, they help. That can help, and you can design the drug, repurposing the drug and tracking the virus evolution, how virus is evolving over the years. So this is how the computational spectral biology became central to COVID-19 response, harnessing the large databases, AI, and molecular simulation to accelerate understanding of the phenomenon. It was helping in the drug screening and designing virtual laboratories scheme of potential antiviral compounds which can be used. It also helped in the vaccine development. Structural biology guided the spike protein which was responsible for virus to bind with the human cells, and it helped in the development of vaccine. And it also helped in the outbreak prediction. Machine learning model used for prognosis prediction and early warning surges. So India was the fifth country to isolate the virus. We were the fifth country in the world that we indigenously, today in the morning, Dr. Saraswat was talking about we should do something in India. So I feel proud that we were the fifth country in the world that we developed and we isolated our virus and characterized the virus first to characterize the alpha variant. So we were the country which isolated the virus, characterized it, and the isolated different strains. For example, in 2020 we were declared, then the beta variant, alpha variant, beta, and the delta. And delta you must be having the most lethal or the delta variant of the coronavirus. So through this science and technology, through computational biology, genomics data, we were able to isolate the virus, characterize the virus, understand the variant. There are many variants are concerned. This variant may be having some problem. So this is how this work was completed in India in ICMR Laboratory for Biology, and the paper was published in highly infectious journals. So you can see how the virus looks like and how alpha, beta, kappa, and there came the Omicron also. Then we can see that delta was the most difficult variant. Omicron was causing a problem but not taking you to the hospitalization. So some variants, they are of mild nature. They will give you a fever, but after 2-3 days you will get recovered. But variant like delta, they are really problematic. So these technologies, they can help you to see the severity of the disease. And when the COVID-19 came in India, we were again struggling for the laboratory network. There was only one laboratory because for the diagnosis of the COVID-19, we highly sophisticated laboratory, and it was an NITI Aayog. And for the COVID-19, we are using for the vaccine development, for fertilization, and especially and India, again, Asia is the first country to have the vaccine. It was accepted in 12 institutions of biology. So now we are running to have more institutions of biology because of the COVID-19. We have realized the importance of academic outbreak effects in future. So whether we are prepared or not, we cannot continue to awareness. So now UFO and NITI Aayog are coming up in Jammu, and Bangalore. So load not only in so we will so basis of that because they are very highly pathogenic viruses, they can cause easy problem. So the persons who are going to get affected, and the virus cannot also leak from the lab to the outside. So that is the basis of lab which is very important. And then COVID-19 is also developed mobile accessory. Mobile accessory I cannot touch here, but mobile accessory is a lab which is in a Mercedes bus. And this is fitted on the PCR, DGS technology, minus the gate, and everything is there. So this is how manufacturing is removed from the country. This lab can go home. And current assessment will do the analysis and can go to the DGS system. This is how our technology has helped us solve our problems. Suppose outdated effects. For example, if I met Kerala, but Nipa was completely contained in Kerala. It could not come out of the Kerala. So this is how, suppose you are able to detect any pathogen immediately and take action, it will not become like a COVID. It started from Bhushan, spread across the world and put all of us under lockdown for the social of economy also. So this is how this is going to work. So in COVID-19, there was only one lab, and in a period of less than a year, 3,000 laboratories were set up across the country through training, capacity building program, providing infrastructure, and we were able to do and diagnosis of the COVID immediately. And besides these laboratories, we were also having some molecular diagnostics, some repurposed technology were also used, and that were helping for us. If you see this network, the whole of the country was having the diagnosis of the COVID-19 and in fact with the early diagnosis of the COVID-19. Besides this diagnosis, we also did the zero surveys. Why zero surveys are very, very important? Because the zero surveys let us know whether the person has been exposed to a virus or not. Suppose if you have been exposed, it means that you have developed some immunity. If not, it means that you are susceptible. So that is how, if you see there are 4 zero surveys, 0.7% only. It means that only 0.7%, so we say only less than 1% is infected with the COVID-19. But second, third and fourth zero survey, almost 70% of the population are exposed. With the 70% of the population, we call it a herd immunity. So suppose 70% of the population is immune, has developed immunity, then the spread of the virus becomes minimized. This is how it helps in making the policy for lockdown. If we have to cut the lockdown, we have to release the lockdown. So based on this zero surveys, it was helping the country to plan the lockdown, release the lockdown, and that is how the science was helping to support. And then came the vaccine development. Again, I feel proud that we were a country, we were not depending on the WHO, and we did whole of the planning. Everything was done in India only, and we were never dependent on the vaccine developed by the US or the UK. This is our own vaccine. We were able to isolate the virus, characterize the virus, and we collaborated with the Bharat Biotech in Hyderabad, and we did the preclinical phase in the small animals, then big animals in the monkeys, phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. And based on the results, this vaccine was developed, and it was given to the community. Besides the vaccine, there was a Covishield also, and the Covishield that vaccine came from the UK, but the trials got happened in India also. And this was the biggest success story of the vaccine, and the Vivek Technology came to make a film on the vaccine and the work done by the ICMR during the COVID-19. And he made a film called Vaccine War. And I was also there in the vaccine war. Someone has played my role. But if you will see the vaccine war, you can see me also in the vaccine war. In the end, they have changed the story. So, this is the work I can tell you in the morning also after Saraswat was telling that we should be self-dependent, self-reliant, and how our science and technology is helping us. So we were not dependent on any country for the COVID management. And today also, for most of the diseases, we have our own technology, we have our own solutions. We are, in older days, I tell you, I was working in ISO in the last 40 years. In older days, when any outbreak was happening, we need to send the sample CBC Atlanta. But now there is no need, because we are not able to detect and identify which virus is there, which strain is there. So we used to send the sample to CDC Atlanta, USA. And they were helping us, guiding us. WHO was guiding us to make policies. But now we don't need, we are self-dependent, we have our own facilities, and we are capable. And we have shown during COVID-19 candidate in less than a year. And this vaccine are also developed in less than a year. Vaccine development takes around 10 to 12 years. And we were able to develop this vaccine in less than a year. If you will see the vaccine now, you will realize how our scientists, and basically the women scientists. I feel proud again, women empowerment, because women are the scientists. And you will be inspired and motivated that most of the scientists working in ISMA, from the front line, they were the women. The head of the Institute of Biology, Dr. Priya Abraham, she was the director there. Dr. Pragya Yadav, she was the head of the BSF laboratory, she is the woman. Dr. Nivdita, she is working from the ISMA headquarters with me. She is again a woman. So, and many other laboratories, they were all women. So, women were leading the ICMR for the COVID-19. I was working as the director of the ICMR Regional Medical Center in Gorakhpur. So, I was the director of the ICMR Institute. I was looking at the headquarters, the media management, working with the department and ministry. At the Gorakhpur, the CM Yogi Ji called me. He can be diagnose and detect the virus here in Gorakhpur. I said, no, it is not possible. We don't have that facility. He said, I need a laboratory in a week time. And you will not believe that I was able to set up a laboratory in a week time. And I called you to inaugurate that laboratory. BSF was left. And that laboratory was set up in a week time. And we were able to diagnose 10 lakh cases, 10 lakh samples for the COVID-19. That was the biggest success story, and I always feel proud that we could do something good for the country. And when it came to deliver the vaccine. It was again a big challenge because we were having a complete system. In a country like India, we have a complete system where they can deliver the vaccine to the last mile. But in certain hard to reach areas, for example, this was a northeastern area, and Manipur Loktak lake is there. So for the reaching a particular village or area, it was very difficult. It is first taking a lot of time. So we used drones, and these drones were used to supply the vaccines. So how we can use the technology for the medical supplies? So this drone was very effective, and around 7,000 to 75 villages were delivered. 80 drones of a 735 kilometer radio distance was covered. So this is how. This is just an example. If there is a will, there is a way. If we can work together in a team, if we can collaborate with multiple departments, definitely we can solve the problems. So besides this computational biology, it is also the CRISPR technology which is also helping. And in the morning also, Dr. Singh was highlighting that CRISPR case 9, CRISPR case 12. They also help in the gene editing because I already told you that many of the things which are in our genes. Sometimes we say these are in our genes. So if the gene is defective, so how you can do this CRISPR technology can help gene editing, knockout and gene correction. You can remove the defective gene and you can correct. Gene therapy is also coming. He was highlighting in the morning that cancer, anemia or some other rare disease. Gene therapy is expensive, but in the future, right now we may be struggling, but in the future also it may become rarely. For agriculture improvement, crop enhancement, how you can enhance the crop through gene therapy. Functional genomics, you can study the function of the genes. Pathogen detections, infectious disease diagnostics, you can identify the pathogens. Antimicrobial resistance is a big problem in a country like India. And the rapid testing, point of care assay, environmental and food safety, contamination screening. So this new technology, CRISPR, is also helping a lot. And we use this technology for the detection of the strep typhus. Strep typhus is a big problem. For the acute febrile illness, strep typhus is happening. So how we have developed this electro diagnostic kit for the strep typhus in RMRC Gorakhpur, using the expertise technology for the early detection in the field level. If you can detect early, because this leads to the AES. JE and AES was a big problem in Gorakhpur. And again, we did a lot of work in the area of JE and AES in Gorakhpur, and we demonstrated 90% decline in Gorakhpur because of the JE and AES. So this again is a success story. And this technology can be used for the early detection of many of the pathogens. So besides this positive things, and where we are moving forward to use these new technologies, there are still certain challenges in the computational biology. One is the heterogeneous data integration, because we have a huge amount of data everywhere, here, and there. So biological data is generated by diverse technologies. Sometimes you get the gene sequencing, sometimes you get the genes, and each with its own limitation. And they have certain limitations, some biases. So integrating these types requires sophisticated method to extract the meaningful information. So how we can interpret all the data? It's a big issue, so that we can take some conclusive decision. So this is a big challenge. We have to sort out this noise and variability, because the large scale biological data is complicated by inherent noises, variability. There may be some variations, and necessitating robust statistical machine learning techniques. So we need some robust techniques so that these problems they can be sorted out. High-end expertise in computing, analyzing genomic, transcriptomic and proteomic data demands significant computational power. Storage capacity is a big problem. Even we struggle in our mobile is full, laptop is completely full. We have to store the data. This is a big problem. We are struggling at a lower level, because in the computer you have to download everything. In the mobile, you have without apps you cannot work. There are so many apps to put here. So sometimes what is happening, we have to delete some apps to download the new app. This is happening again and again, because I have to give some order, I have to download the Zomato app, and I am deleting the. Yes, that is right. So I am deleting one app to download another app. This is a big issue. So besides that, storage is a big problem, and you also need the capacity building. Do you have the data manpower? So these are the concerns which I think we need to work. Cloud and distributed computing, cloud computing. In the morning we were also discussing that the cloud computing you can store your data, and distributed framework are improving scalable, cost-effective solution, but require interdisciplinary expertise in both computational learning. So we need the interdisciplinary collaboration so that the computational biology, information technology, AI, they can be clubbed together and that can help. So besides this issue, there are some ethical, legal and social issues. Privacy and security. Genomic data is uniquely identifiable and can reveal sensitive information. So suppose you are having HIV/AIDS, so you don't want to disclose to anybody. So this is again a sensitive issue. And about the individual, about the family, you don't want to leak anything. So this is again a big problem. So confidentiality is a big issue. Transparency, AI and machine learning algorithm use healthcare must be transparent and accountable to avoid biases and ensure equitable access to treatment. So transparency in everything I think is good. So transparency is very, very important. Accountability is also very relevant everywhere. We should, where we are, we should be accountable. So accountability is also very important so that we can avoid biases. And equitable access means that each and every person will get equitable access. Then the public trust. Proper governance and ethical framework for genomic data use are essential to maintain public trust and maximize societal benefit. So people should believe trust. So believing in trust becomes very, very important. If you trust, why we trust IITs? Because this is it takes time to build a trust. If the trust is built up, then you will don't do anything. So if you believe trust, if WHO is saying anything, you will believe trust. If the ICMR is saying anything, you will believe trust. If somebody else will say they will doubt whether it is correct or not, you will have to recheck it. So building trust in the community becomes very, very important. So these are important things I think which we have to focus on. So in conclusion, the promise of computational biology. So transforming biomedical research, computational technique provide deep insight into molecular mechanism of the disease and guide the developing the target. So they are very, very important. They have a bright future because we can go inside, we can identify your wake up complete genetic structure, and it can help in finding the best solution, developing the target therapies. It can also help in the precision medicine, integration of AI, machine learning, accelerating discoveries and improving personalized healthcare treatment. Whatever treatment you need, targeted treatment, I think is very useful. Future of healthcare despite challenges in the data integration, computing demand analytics, field holds immense promise. We can outcome and human. So I think the future is bright, but for anything we have to be very, very careful. Technology is good, but it should be properly used, judiciously used. It should not be used for any purpose. So it is bright future. And Gandhiji once said, we want the healers of soul rather than the bodies. The multiplicity of hospitals and medical men is no sign of good civilization. The less we and others pamper our bodies, better for us. So if we can keep ourselves if there is question, I think I have tried to already. Hopefully I didn't carry.
Do we have any questions?
So we have achieved that target. But still there are some areas, some localized conditions where cases are happening. Some are reappearing. So, but that level, if you think about the Gandhiji era, so that is not there, number one. Number two, disability was there, that is not there. Number three, stigma was there, that is not there. But still some pockets are still there. For example, similarly for leishmaniasis also. Leishmaniasis also we have just the target of elimination. And elimination target is just, it's so many cases in 1 lakh population. In a country like India with 1.4 billion population, if so 100 cases are happening, they are very many. But still they should not happen. When we are talking about elimination, it should be zero, complete zero. So I think we will reach to that level also. And still we are doing research, our team is working, and we are trying to achieve the zero elimination target also. Yes, yes.
So recently I did my so I found a lot of TB cases
So you are very right. TB is a big concern, and the Prime Minister of India is also working very hard, and it has become a national priority, the TB elimination. And even the brand ambassador, you might have seen Amitabh Bachchan says TB हारेगा देश जीतेगा. But what is happening in the case of TB is that sometimes you are unable to diagnose it. So latent TB is a big problem, number one. Number my school time friend, we are together since Anuga. So he thought that he was in a got to that he was very reluctant to go from that. But persuaded him that I think he should go and say, I think after 1 year, so I think you this is the latent TB, that is why the mass experience is happening these days. And I as far as I recall, he is sicker from last 4-5 years. Any more question?
So my concern is what in those dengue value that is mentioned in Dehradun, and it's actually going to be high today and then not projects. So as far as planning and
बहुत ही बढ़िया क्वेश्चन आपने पूछा है. हमें लगता है this should be of interest to anybody. So a very important question he has asked about the dengue. जिसको हमने यहाँ कहीं mention नहीं किया. I have shown that malaria has come down, lymphatic paralysis is also on the decline, the verge of elimination. But what about the dengue? So he has rightly pointed out that dengue is emerging very fast, and in a country like India, अभी भी हमारे वहाँ करीब 2.5 से 3 लाख cases हो रहे हैं across the India. And if you talk about the globally, the dengue cases have risen like anything. 1970 से पहले से 30 कंट्री में dengue होता था, अभी it is more than 100 countries में भी they are suffering from the dengue. And dengue के there are 4 serotypes, den 1, den 2, den 3, den 4. और गोरखपुर में हमने स्टडी भी किया था आगे मार्ची में कि all the 4 serotypes these are moving in India. और dengue जैसे उन्होंने बताया कि it is now moving from the land से upland area में जा रहा है कि plain area से moving to upland area, high areas में. और भूटान है, आपका नेपाल है, यहाँ पर भी dengue के केसेस मिलने लगे हैं. और जो dengue का मॉस्किटो है ना, Aedes aegypti, वो उसकी ब्रीडिंग मिली हुई है. तो आपको ये इसको समझना बहुत जरूरी है कि the mosquito of the dengue and the malaria they are entirely different. Malaria mosquito it bites in the night time. कि रात में आप सो रहे हो आएगा और आपका ब्लड लेवल चला जाएगा, सो जाएगा. तो एक आदमी को मलेरिया होगा तो एक को ही होगा. But the dengue mosquito it bites in the daytime. आपके ऊपर बैठेगा, आपने हिला दिया तो इनको भी करेगा, इनको भी करेगा, 10 लोगों को इन्फेक्ट करेगा, 10 लोगों को dengue तो जब एक टाइम में मलेरिया एक आदमी को इन्फेक्ट करता है, उसी एक टाइम में डेंगू 10 लोगों को इन्फेक्ट कर देता है। दैट इज वाई दिल्ली में बहुत फास्ट जो है वो बढ़ते हैं केसेस। नंबर 1। नंबर 2 क्या होता है कि अगर मस्कीटो मलेरिया का जो एग्रेन करता है पानी में, मस्कीटो प्लाज्मा में क्या होता है 50% पानी 50% सॉइल। तो पानी किसी यहाँ रखा है तो एनाफिस मस्कीटो जो होगा वो यहाँ पे ब्रीडिंग करके चला जाएगा। एडिस का मस्कीटो होगा यहाँ 10 बर्तन रखें 10 से करेगा, तो 10 ब्रीडिंग प्लेसेस क्रिएट हो जाती है। इसको एस्केप ऑफ पोजीशन कि वो एस्केप करके वो पोजीशन में रहता है। दिस इज बिगेस्ट चैलेंज। थर्ड वन इज कि अगर हमने यहाँ पानी को फेंक दिया तो एनाफिस का लार्वा अंडा अंडा रह जाएगा, वो मर जाएगा। तो याद रखना एडिस का जो अंडा होगा वो मरेगा नहीं है, वो आपके अगर जहाँ पानी रखा है आपके घड़े के अंदर अर्थन क्वार्ट कंटेनर आपने पानी खाली भी कर दिया है ना, तो अगर चिपक गया दीवार पर तो 10 दिन बाद पानी डालो फिर से जिंदा हो जाता है। तो दिस इज द बिगेस्ट प्रॉब्लम विद द डेंगू। अब आती है बात तो मैनेजमेंट की, जैसे इन्होंने बताया कि डेंगू का मैनेजमेंट वेरी वेरी डिफिकल्ट है, क्योंकि डेंगू का मस्किटो ब्रीड इन द इंट्रा डोमेस्टिक कंटेनर, घरों के अंदर जो बर्तन होते हैं ना, ओवर टैंक है, यहाँ पे आपने बम्बू प्लांट रख दिया है या गमले रखे हैं, बट जो ट्री होल्स होते हैं इट ब्रीड्स एवरीवेयर, यहाँ फ्रेश वाटर से इट ब्रीड। और उसका बाइटिंग फटाफट ह्यूमन बाइटिंग है, एनाफिस मस्किटो तो कई बार कैटल है तो आए भैंस है वो काटेगा। डेंगू का मस्किटो इज ए प्रोलिफिक एंथ्रोपोफिलिक, इट विल बाइट द ह्यूमन बीइंग, वो बिग कंसर्न है। थर्ड पॉइंट इज दैट देयर इज नो ट्रीटमेंट फॉर द डेंगू। मलेरिया के लिए यू हैव एंटी मलेरियल्स, बट डेंगू के लिए वी डोंट हैव एंटीवायरल। हमें सिम्प्टोमेटिक ट्रीटमेंट होता है कि पैरासिटामोल खा लो, कुछ इधर उधर कुछ हो गया, सिम्प्टोमेटिक ट्रीटमेंट इज देयर, तो नो फ्लूइड मैनेजमेंट करते हैं, पानी पीते रहो और ज्यादा हो जाएगा इलेक्ट्रोलाइट करेंगे। अगर आपका डेंगू हेमरेजिक फीवर हो गया, ब्लड वेसल कैप्चर कर ले, वो हॉस्पिटल जाना पड़ेगा, आपका प्लेटलेट काउंट कम हो जाएगा। So this is why dengue has become very dangerous because we don't have antiviral treatment. Only solution is that कि awareness create करनी है, लोगों को पता लगे, पानी ना इस्तेमाल करके मस्किटो नीचे कुछ चीज की जड़ पर फेंक जाए। You have to avoid the mosquito biting. अब लास्ट पॉइंट बचता है वैक्सीन का, जो उन्होंने बताया। तो डेंगू की 2 वैक्सीन ऑलरेडी बन चुकी हैं, एक है डेंगवैक्सिया है क्यूरेका। डेंगवैक्सिया के ट्रायल्स हो चुके हैं, लेकिन वो डेंगवैक्सिया क्या होती है कि जिसको एक बार डेंगू हो गया उस दूसरे डेंगू के लिए उसको काम करेगी। तो डेंगू होना बहुत जरूरी है, कई बार उसके मिलने इफेक्ट भी आते हैं कि नया डेंगू बहुत कॉम्प्लिकेटेड हो जाएगा। क्यूरेका जो है वो जापानीज कंपनी ने बनाई है, लेकिन वो भी बहुत ज़्यादा सक्सेसफुल, इंडिया ने कोई वैक्सीन यूज नहीं की। अभी आईसीएमआर इज वर्किंग विद द पेंसिल बायोटेक, तो आईसीएमआर इज ऑलरेडी वर्किंग फॉर द दिस इज डेंगू और तो दिस विल बी इफेक्टिव अगेंस्ट ऑल द 4 सीरोकैंसर एंड डेंगू। और ट्रायल चल रहे हैं, करीब 20-30 हज़ार की पॉपुलेशन में ट्रायल चल रहे हैं, उसके रिजल्ट आएंगे, फिर उसका रेगुलेटरी अप्रूवल होगा। तो वी आर होपफुल दैट बाय 2030 देयर विल बी डेंगू वैक्सीन। लेकिन अभी उम्मीदें हैं, ट्रायल्स चल रहे हैं पेनिसिलिन बायोटेक के साथ, लेकिन जब तक कुछ नहीं है, प्रिवेंशन इज द ओनली सॉल्यूशन फॉर डेंगू। और क्लाइमेट चेंज है, ट्रेवल है, क्लाइमेट चेंज की वजह से क्या होता है कि भी आपने बताया ना, ह्यूमिडिटी, टेम्परेचर, फेवरेबल कंडीशन करनी है। अभी मई के महीने में दिल्ली में रेनफॉल हो रहा है, तो क्या करोगे आप? पहले गर्मी का मौसम है, अपने के बाद कंप्लीट ड्राई पीरियड है। नाउ यू आर हैविंग ए कंटीन्यूअसली रेन, intermittent rain is happening, this is causing the water logging here and there, that is causing the mosquitoes to breed, proliferate, survive for a longer duration. Transmission windows बढ़ गई हैं लोगों की, पहाड़ों पे पहले थोड़े से टाइम में, मान लो थोड़े टाइम तक जो कंडीशन था 15 दिन का, 20 दिन का, 1 महीने का, because of the climate change period है, इसलिए warmer condition में mosquito को larvae takes shorter time to breed and mature fast. Female blood takes faster, उसका फिर बढ़ गया अंडे देगी, फिर से आगे ब्रीड करेगी। This climate change is also causing a lot of problem. And the travel, यहाँ से वहाँ से यहाँ फ्लाइट देख लो, पहले कितनी फ्लाइटें तभी कितनी फ्लाइटें चल रही हैं, तो urbanization, so these are the problems which are causing Delhi to rise. लेकिन this is a big challenge. आने वाली चुनौतियाँ जो है जिसमें antimicrobial resistance, outbreak epidemic investigation, dengue है, और one health है, these are the big concerns, and lifestyle disease, mental health, these are the biggest concerns.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Just trying to ask you a simple question. You have discussed what about the amount? Is silent pandemic in time?
AMR is definitely a silent pandemic, but who is responsible for AMR? Because suppose you are having a viral outbreak, you are having antibiotic, And we all know that for the viral disease, antibiotic never works. अब कौन सा खांसी जुकाम बुखार आया आप तो सीधे एंटीबायोटिक ले लेते हो और डॉक्टर भी सोचते हैं जब तक दवा एंटीबायोटिक देने में कुछ काम नहीं करेंगे. तो I think without identifying the reason for any disease we are giving us so much of antibiotic. So there should be a restriction on the antibiotic use. Number one. Number two, जो on the sale जो on the counter drugs मिल जाते हैं ना आप बैठ के केमिस्ट को आप इन्फॉर्मेशन दे दो कि मेरी खास हो रही है तो आप दे देगा आपने खा लिया. So these are the reasons which are calling for the research. We will need to create sensitized people. Number one, sensitized doctors and the pharmacists. We make all the counter sales को अभी तो बता दिया है मोदी जी ने बोला था मन की बात में ही बोला था. Modi ji has already spoken in the Man ki Baat that antimicrobial resistance is a big concern nowadays, and we have to be very, very careful. Antimicrobial drugs are required only on prescription basis. Whenever you are having any infection, bacterial infection, or either you need antibiotic. For the viral disease, of antibiotic will never work. Why you are putting your body on the antibiotic? Because if जरूरत हुई तो काम ही नहीं आएगा आपको. That is happening. हम लोग we are taking so much of antibiotic, जरूरत पड़ेगी it will not work. तो पूरा यही एंटीबायोटिक का कि आपको मिनिमाइज करना है, रिडक्शन सेंसिटाइज करना है कि लोगों को बताओ.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, we are running out of time. Maybe we can catch sir during poster session and lunch.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, nice.
Thank you, sir, for the informative and enlightening session. Now, we are truly honored to have with us today Shri Alpik ji. Shri Alpik ji, a cybersecurity professional with over 12 years of experience in electronics, information technology, and telecommunications, including nearly 7 years of specialization in cybersecurity, is currently serving as CERT-IN, that is Indian Computer Emergency Response Team, Government of India, as a key member of malware analysis and threat intelligence team. In his role, Shri Alpik ji focuses on malware analysis with special interest in nation-state advanced persistent threat. He is actively engaged in treating threat related to hunting, digital forensic, and incident response, contributing significantly to strengthening nation's cybersecurity framework. Sir, I invite you for the talk.
Thanks a lot, sir, for your very insightful and inspiring lecture. It was very enlightenment. We know various facts. Moving forward for this topic. So, first of all, myself, Kalkutta, that I am from the cybersecurity domain. So, this may seem a bit offset, what the theme for this BIOCOM is. But I try to do full justification to this. Mostly, I am a malware analyst. So, we are mostly into reverse engineering and handling the threat attacks on our neighboring countries. You very well know. So, I am not go much deep into that because we, as a survey member, usually deliver talks to core cybersecurity people. But considering the importance of this conference, as well as when I was going through the material of this conference, I got to know that this is conducted by Department of Hospitality Management and Biosciences. So I tried to focus the various case studies related to this sector, okay, and why this sector is important specifically in India. Because in other countries we have noticed a lot of cyber attacks happening in these sectors, and why these sectors are targeted, we are trying to understand this. So I have taken a few case studies in my presentation, so which are real time and which are the real case studies which has happened in various countries. So I try to ask some questions also during the course of my talk. So I hope I get a audience. So why security to resilience matters? Okay, so we talk about being secure, and there is a difference between being secure and being resilient. So biosciences and hospitality. So there are two domains which I will focus on today. So they are high value targets. Why is it so? So I believe here the number of people present here, even for the least amount of time I can say that you would have checked in by using your IDs in your like while going to any outplaces in the hotels, or which ID do you usually prefer to use? Aadhaar? How many Aadhaar? Okay, so these sensitive data, now why they are sensitive, again that can come down a bit later why this data is not sensitive. So recently I went to a very popular hotel. It's a very good chain of hotels, and when I was just seeing the system, they were using Windows 7. So you know that what is the current Windows version is currently running? 11. And Microsoft has pushed out Windows 10 from the security updates. I believe you know. So Microsoft 10, so Windows 10 is no longer supported by Microsoft, and they are still using Windows 7. So just imagine the data, and that 5-star hotel had a lot many dignitaries that time. It was accounted like this was being hosted. So a lot many data, personally identifiable information, that is PII as well as PFI, that is financial information, were stored in their systems. So if any hacker wants to get those details, it is not that difficult. Okay? If you just search on internet, GitHub repository, Windows 7 vulnerabilities, you get a lot many things how to get into the system. By just if you are a script kiddie, it may take you 1 day or 2, but if you are pro in that, it may take you an hour to get into the system. It is publicly faced. Publicly faced, I mean that it is exposed to internet. Okay? So this is the sensitive data which I was talking about. It includes your Aadhaar, your DL, passport details, your finance details, the credit card number, etc. Then high uptime requirement. Now this is very much particular for the biosciences sector. So whenever like any research work is going on and there is a synthesis of or you are going to do some DNA or RNA molecule, so the simulation software they take a lot of time I think. Okay? And this requires a high uptime requirement. Now this what we have seen in specifically in US and UK, like the threat actors, they tried to ensure that the sectors which they are targeting, such as biosciences, they go for a downtime. And have you heard about ransomware? Yeah. So they try to introduce ransomware into the network and bring the network down and encrypt the materials which are there for the research, such as intellectual properties. Now, Sir has mentioned about the COVID vaccine generation. From certain, I could say that I have not since it was being recorded. I am not going into the details again. But when the COVID vaccine was being developed, there were a lot of cyber attacks happening in our countries, specifically on the ICMR and the various other sectors which are developing into the core vaccine development. So we were able to see like there are various nations who want just a shortcut. They just want the intellectual property to be sourced from these organizations, and they can develop their own vaccines. So we had seen that they wanted to do either they wanted to just infiltrate into the network and exfiltrate the intellectual property, or they wanted to just have an extortion mechanism by introducing ransomware into the network. Then mix of legacy and modern systems. So as I said, there was Windows 7 being used, and even though the manager of that hotel would be using Windows 11 Pro because he is having access to the latest system, but the receptionist there is using the Windows 7. So in cybersecurity, or I believe in any security, if you see, the security is as strong as the weakest link in the chain. Okay? So if in this campus there are a lot many security guards, I believe when I was coming, I had seen a lot many security guards here. So but if one of them is not serious in his duty, if anybody wants to do something malicious here, he or she would be able to do it. So it is just because of one person. Likewise, in cybersecurity also, if there is any one single system which is not secure, that means the entire network is under threat. So I will start with the case studies of starting with the biosciences and keep a track of time parallelly. So the threat landscape. So why is the genomic data more important? Now, whenever we hear about the breach, have you heard about data breach? Some organization, this many passwords and usernames were leaked. This Yahoo also had suffered data breach in which your Gmail, in which your Yahoo ID and passwords were leaked, your emails were leaked. So have you heard about a website in which you can check whether your email ID is already leaked or not? Do you know about that website? Have you spawned me? Have you heard about it? Yeah. So there you can check whether your email IDs or everything or any other details have been leaked online or not in any of the, because it has a consolidated database. But you see genomic data, if any health record of any person is leaked, that cannot be changed because your DNA is very much unique to you. But if a password is leaked, that can be changed. So this is the difference between the two things. So that is why it is considered as much more critical as compared to other digital data such as your usernames and password. So the health records are considered to be a very much critical asset, both for the organization as well as for the person whose data is there being used by the organization. Then intellectual property, just Sir mentioned, like the amount of effort and the manpower which goes into the development of vaccines, the drug formulas, as well as the clinical trial data. Clinical trial data is something like a gold value for any other companies because it is very unique for that specific drug and for that organization. They had invested lots of amount of money, manpower as well as time, or man hours I can say, to conduct clinical trials. Now if any other organization or a threat actor, what it tries to do is it will try to get into the organization, exploit the network and try to sell it at a much bigger price to other organizations. So that is why this intellectual property becomes very much important, specifically for the biosciences domain. Then integrated global data sharing ecosystems. So due to the permeance of internet all over the world, now it is not hard to say that the systems are not interconnected to each other. Okay. Now, do you know 6 degrees of freedom or 6 degrees of connectivity? So what does this mean is, like suppose if I want to know, sir, now I got to know sir directly. Sir, sorry sir, I'm bringing you time. So now I got to know sir directly. But if I don't know him, and if I am there in my organization, I want to contact him, it will take at max 6 people whom I know to get in touch with him. Okay? Likewise, if an attacker wants to come into your system, he just needs 10 such hops to get into your system, if your system is publicly accessible. So that is 10 degrees of freedom in the cybersecurity domain. Okay. Then there are regulatory complexity. Okay, so these HIPAA, GDPR, and NIH policies, these are all pertaining to the foreign. So HIPAA, GDPR, and NIH policies are related to US and UK. And India is yet to come with the act has been passed. The DPDP Act. Have you heard about this? Digital Personal Data Protection Act. So that is. It has been passed, but the bylaws are still under formulation. The certain and mighty are still doing that. So once this comes into progress or this comes into play, the complexity arises. There is a bit of uncertainty, like what needs to be done, what does not need to be done. Because of this dilemma, many people will try to just plug in the loopholes as it is, but they will not try to reach the root cause of any problem. Because of this, again, the threat actors will try to get into those loopholes and exploit the systems. Understaffed security teams in academic and research setting. So, many organizations, the IT and the cybersecurity are considered as the least priority, and it is allocated the least amount of funds. Right? So, recently there is popularity about managerial term called as CISO, okay? Chief Information Security Officer. I believe you have heard about that. Earlier, people know CEO, CMO, but CISO was not that popular because information system of the active was not that much important. But considering the emergence of the cybersecurity as well as the emergence of threat actors using manifold attacks as well as measures, so the importance of CISO has been slowly rising. Okay, so case study 1. So what happened was, Illumina, if you have used, yes, Illumina. So this is one tool which is used for DNA sequencing. If I am wrong, you please correct this. So now what happened was, like we have, when you write the exam, you get a score. Okay? So if it is a 100 marks exam, you get 100, it's good. But there is a vulnerability score which is called a CVSS, Common Vulnerability Scoring System. So CVSS. So Illumina had been reported a CVSS of 10. 10 does not mean good, it means it's a very highly critical vulnerability. Which means attacker sitting somewhere in North Korea can directly access your research lab equipment if it is publicly facing, at least if it is connected to internet, just by sitting in North Korea. And they can execute remote commands directly sitting from North Korea. Okay. So this was the vulnerability which was exposed in 2023. And based on that, what happened was 22,000 plus systems were exposed. Now, out of the 22,000 systems, about 1,100 were there in India itself. Okay. So, Certain also had tried to inform the respective organizations which were using this systems and which are publicly accessible. And 22,000, most of them were based in the Russian countries. And now, based upon the analysis, because once these systems were known that okay, the threat actors are actively exploiting this vulnerability, the forensic study was done on those devices, and it was found that they have not only exfiltrated the data, they have also tampered the original results so that mislead the scientists and the researchers from the original data. So just it is like somebody lost somebody's game. So those countries, the adversarial countries, they are trying to push back the scientists of the other countries many years back just by tampering the data and the research. Have you heard about structured device, Iran, nuclear weapon? So this is what I would into internal networks. So this is study one. So this is so this is not an IT risk. So people may think that okay, Lumina is a computer software, so the risk is associated with IT. Not an IT risk. It is the research integrity risk. So the whole research integrity based on those research, many papers are published, many intellectual properties are created for that, many vaccines are created for that. But if the threat actors are able to access those machines and tamper the results, then the whole premise of the whole case of the foundational research gets into upside. Case study 2. Now what happened here? Now this is another organization. I don't want to name it. If you just put in the keywords on Google, you get the name of that organization. So this organization, what happens was it showed genomic data in public cloud. You know cloud? Not the one which is but the Amazon cloud, S3 buckets. So the genomic data was stored in the S3 buckets of the Amazon cloud. Because as sir mentioned, the storage is a big issue. And once you subscribe, or these organizations are private organizations, so they have tons of money, so they can buy storage spaces on the cloud, and you can put all your research data there, right? But please understand, when you are putting the research data there, it does not mean that it is safe and sound. You have some access controls over there. Now, there was no encryption. There was no access control. So, if somebody knew the path for that cloud, they were able to get the entire research data. Okay. By default, it is such that the organization needs to implement it by themselves which encryption they want to use, so that even if the attackers get handled of the data, they are not able to, because encrypted data is just a garbled data. Right? And there was no access control, no username password, it was just open. If you just open that URL, the threat actors, they have various tools just to enumerate the URLs from the clouds, and once they are able to successfully get it, they are able to dump the data. Now what happened with this is 2,400 DNA profiles were exposed, and these DNA profiles belong to very high celebrity status people. Okay? And if there are many people who are much more aware of what happens if a DNA profile of a person is leaked, so what would happen with that? So, and the data was public for 3 years. The organization was also unaware that this was happening, and the attackers were nicely and very reasonably they were trying to exploit that vulnerability. And it was a privacy loss. So, one can change the password but not a DNA. So, if a person's DNA profile has been leaked, nothing that person can do. It is just the loss of his DNA profile, and from the DNA profile, anybody can just map what are the diseases you can suffer, what will be your future generations progeny look like. This is case study 3. So, WannaCry ransomware. Have you heard? WannaCry ransomware. Okay, just ransomware have you heard? So ransomware, if not, I just explain in couple of lines. So ransomware works on a method of double extortion. exfiltrate the data to their own servers, and then they will demand a ransom, saying that if you don't pay me so and so amount, I will leak your data. Okay. And already your data is encrypted and your data is with them, so this is called a double extortion. So nothing you can do. So either you have to pay the amount, many a times after paying also the data is not getting recovered. Okay. So this was done on healthcare. Again, I am not going to give you the name again because of the video recording. So you can Google it, you will be able to find which organization I am talking about. So what happened was MFA, multi-factor authentication, this you are aware of, Google, Gmail, you would have used. Multi-factor authentication of 2FA is like you key in your password, the OTP will come. You would have done it in internet banking. Now, in this what happened was, the entry was, the access to that data was without any MFA. So the attackers knew that this is a very high profile target. So what they did is they started doing a brute force attack. They knew the username and the password. The password was the brute force one. Now in many websites when you log in, suppose I log in at the crash and put a random password. Some website says that either the username or the password is incorrect. Okay. Some website says the password is incorrect. Do you know the difference between the two? In the first case, if it says that the username or the password is incorrect, that means either the username is wrong or the password is wrong. But in the second case, one thing is for sure, the username is right. Only the password part is wrong. So they just need to brute force on the password part. And there was no access control for that. It was like after 3 failed attempts, there will be a capture. Capture you are aware of it. The capture process. There was nothing like. So this was a very genuine case of what to say IT misconfiguration on their website. So no MFA for remote access, and once the attackers were able to brute force and get into the network, they started doing data exfiltration and encryption. Due to this, what happened was 19 crore patients, mostly in the Western Europe and US and UK. So they got leaked, and the companies had to pay penalty because the Western side, the rules are very much strict regarding their privacy laws. So if your data gets leaked, the government mandates that organization to pay to their clients. So this was the issue in this answer. So now this is the need why the network does not need to be secure. Like just having access control does not mean that it is secure. You have to have a resilience. So once the attacker gets into the network, your network should be able to detect that okay, there is an attacker into the network and it needs to get pushed out. Now moving to the hospitality sector, the threat landscape, I think I've covered this. You record the millions of guest records are there, so passport, payment cards, travel patterns, and so on. So again, I think nobody there taking track of time, but I believe I'll just go through this. Now there are various attack surfaces. Attack surface as in your payment of like payment point. So you swipe your card on the POS machine. Have you heard about the skimming attack which was recently there? There was a device which was there in the ATM which used to just get the data from the magnetic tapes of the cards. So that was the skimming attack. Now that was also very much prevalent in the various hotel management systems. As well as the HVAC, the heating, ventilation and air conditioning. So one of the main threat actors, he is a Western threat actor. Now this Western threat actor, what they did is, in order to, as you see in the movies, it was something similar to that. They tried to compromise the HVAC systems just to, because they had an idea that the person is very much prone to cold temperature. So they had increased the temperature to such that just to cause a trouble to that person. That's again a high celebrity. Now, high staff turnover. In hospitality sector, you see people moving. So, if you visit one hotel and after one and a half days you again go to that hotel, you will not find the same person at the reception. So, there are people who are moving from this sector to another sector and so on. So, therefore, the employment training is not at that far. And therefore, what happens is their security awareness or the security posture is also not high. So, this is the beach chats. Now, let me ready to go to some case study. So in this, I'll just tell the name of the hotel because it is very much publicly available. Marriott hotels. Have you heard about Marriott? Now what happened is Marriott had taken over another hotel chain, and managed infrastructure, IT infrastructure was very good. But suppose the hotel chain which it took over, suppose its name is XYZ. Now XYZ had the IT system which had already the presence of the threat actors. Now once the Marriott and the XYZ company got merged, their IT systems also got merged. The threat actors which were already present in the network of the XYZ company, they were easily able to access the data of the Marriott. Because once you are into the system, it's very much easy for the threat actor. Only from outside it is not able to, it becomes difficult for a threat actor to come. So this is what happens in a hotel chain data breach. And the stats are here, typical guest records exposed. Now, if a guest record is exposed, you know the name, the family details, your payment details, your email IDs, and other things. So it is just to understand that hospitality just shows cooking, but it also shows time. Okay, this is a very classic example of a social engineering attack. Social engineering, have you heard about this term? Now, social engineering is by use of social media, you are trying to craft a scene in which you have a malicious intention. In this case, what happened was MGM Resorts, it's a big casino chain in US. Now, the threat actors, mostly it was the Eastern Europe side. Now, these threat actors, what they tried to do is, they got to know who are the prominent employees of that resort from LinkedIn. They did a thorough research about them, and via Facebook, via Twitter, or via LinkedIn, and they called the MGM Resort. So what happened was, once these MGM Resorts, the profiling of the employees were done, the threat actor called their IT chain or receptionist at one of the MGM Resorts, and they tried to impersonate one employee. They provided all the details such as, I am so and so, I am working here, I have just forgotten my username and password, kindly provide. And that was an admin username password which they were asking for. After thoroughly convincing the receptionist at the IT desk, they were able to obtain the username and password, and they were able to infiltrate the system. Okay. So again, this is a classic example of a ransomware attack, but by means of social engineering behavior. So security is a behavior, it's just not technical. Now, this again, I'll skip this slide. This is basically, as I explained about the skimming attacks in a POS device, this is about that. Now, let me go to this slide. So, cognitive shifting towards cyber resilience. So, earlier what we used to have is, even from a certain perspective, the security was the mindset. But the recent, last year when we saw Operation Sindhu and the amount of attacks which our neighboring countries have inflicted on our critical infrastructure, on our medical systems, we have thoroughly revised our mindset, and we have moved from security mindset to a resilience mindset, because attacks will happen. Now also if you see the geopolitical scenario, what is happening in the Middle East, it is the resilience of one country because of which it is not getting bogged down by the other superpower. So here, it is just not the security which we have to focus on, it is the resilience we have to focus on, because if we think that we can prevent all attacks, it's not possible. Okay? There, attacks will happen. Even the best cybersecurity division like US, they have or a CISA, like we have CERT, they have CISA. So they are also not able to prevent the cyber attacks from the other countries, even though they are having the state of the art architecture. So what we can think is that we can assume that a breach will happen, but we need to limit the impact. That is our main concern. So we should change our mindset from reactive to proactive. So reactive is like you will respond after a breach, but proactive is when you have to continuously keep on testing your network, whether there are certain loopholes, as I mentioned earlier. The chain is as strong as the weakest link. So we just need to find out which one is the weakest link and try to strengthen it. So security is not just an IT department's responsibility. In many cases, when we go for an incident response in various government organizations, we see that the threat actors are able to enter into the government organizations because a person from a section officer level, they had clicked on a phishing, spear phishing. So they had clicked on a spear phishing link, and because of that a malware was downloaded, and this malware got laterally moved to other higher officials. Okay, so it's just not the higher officials or the IT department, it is every person's role to understand the basic cyber security hygiene. So instead of compliance, we should have a risk-driven and mission-aligned culture. So not only we should focus on the perimeter, okay? Like you don't have security guards just deployed at the gates. I have seen security guards deployed internally inside the buildings also. It's just on the perimeters, but internally also you should have a proper level of protection. I don't know the details about what is zero trust resilience impact because I don't believe those technical jargon will be. So if you think that there are zero incidents happening, that is not success. Attackers are attacking. For example, one of the CERT network organization, we had a server which we used to have make it public on a white listing basis. White listing means nobody can access that server unless we know your IP address. IP address identity. So if you want to access our server, you give your IP address to us. We will put it on our firewall that okay you can access. Then only you will be able to access our server. At one time what happened was we just wanted to see that if we keep our servers open, will the attacker attack us? We just kept our server online, publicly exposed for half an hour. There were 21,364 attacks or the attempts to get into our network. Just for half an hour. Because the threat actor knows this is the IP address of certain and they have automatic bots. In the presence of AI, as I mentioned, things have become much more simpler for the threat actors. Okay. So this is certain mandate and I come from the threat intelligence and the malware division. Apart from that, I think you would have received SMS or something from CSA, Cybersecurity, sometimes you keep your mobile or from the warfare or something, mostly the Android devices. And we have state-of-the-art forensic labs. Now, wherever any criminal investigation goes on, and we recover certain digital devices like mobile systems, it goes to certain for analysis. So whether it is NIA or CBI, they come with those devices and we do the analysis. Then we have our primary responsibility, the first one, which is 24/7, 365 days, which is the incident response. So any cyber attack happening, do you recall the AIMS ransomware attack? Have you heard of that? Yeah. So we circle out the first responder there. So we have to go on the spot and respond to why, what are the root cause for that ransomware attack. Then, okay, CVE is the vulnerability which I mentioned as the PSS scope. And because now this is a very interesting thing. This one is National Cyber Policy. Whatever the data in the Indian cyberspace you use for your from your mobiles or from your laptops or any digital device, we have a record of that in our NITI processor. So we have data centers at multiple places in the country to store that, just to monitor that what are the activities of the threat actors. It is just the metadata, it is not the actual data, just a metadata, like knowing that you have visited Google, but what you have visited Google that you don't know, but you have visited Google that you know. This is the and this is the we are certified mandatory under NITI Aayog 2008. So to enhance the security of India's ICT of the information and communication technology infrastructure. So cybersecurity is mission critical. It's not a support function. It is the heads of the organization should understand that it is not something which can be sidelined. It should be considered or it should be integrated into the mainstream. So thank you, and if you have any questions, I am available. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Yes. Okay, yeah. No, it is not about giving the alarm. The point is, yeah, master. No, it is the hotel cannot be denied. If they deny the okay, that's the
and they will take a photocopy of it. You should just write on over it by crossing it, only to be used for the hotel purpose or the hotel meeting purpose. But they will know the number, but that Aadhaar of yours will not be used for again getting a fake mobile device or a fake mobile SIMs or fake mobile SIM. There is a recipe by DOD to check how many numbers have been taken from your Aadhaar. So you check that. Many of my friends they have seen that 2 or 3 unknown numbers have been linked to their PAN card. That is the Aadhaar. So I suggest you can also have a look.
Space technologies, and many of the startups are coming across it. So, like, what image do we do to protect that IP? Because most of the startups, and they are not like ID or like free from this cybersecurity.
It's a very interesting question which currently we have been dealing now. Today morning also we had a slight discussion about this before I started for. Have you heard of Mythos, Anthropic, Claude, Mythos? So Mythos has been in a debate discussion with Ministry of Electronics and Certainty. They are trying to showcase their product, and they want to showcase on the specifically this medical and the healthcare sector, that if they are able to find the vulnerability in your systems, so they want to do a test run on that. Now, but the MIT or the Ministry of Electronics has a very much apprehensive because Mythos is only right now focusing on the bigger players. If they do so, the smaller players or smaller research organizations, they are not able to get the benefit of that, and I try to make them as an easy prey. So, from the Ministry of Electronics perspective, we are using the traditional defenses, like as I mentioned, about the NCC, by which we are actively monitoring the network of the Indian cyberspace. If we have you onboarded, many of the healthcare sectors like ICMR, AIMS, they are onboarded onto the certain network. So what we do is we keep on monitoring the traffic between that organization as well as to each other points they are communicating. If we find that the communication is malicious in nature, we directly implement that. This is one way. Second way is vulnerability, that is a proactive method. Now, Mythos is one thing, and we are partnering with IT Chennai to have develop their own large language model or LLMs for vulnerability assessment or the VAP, vulnerability assessment and mitigation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such an engaging session. Now, we move to a moment of gratitude. It is an honor to felicitate our esteemed plenary speakers for their invaluable presence and enlightening contribution to BIOCOM 2026. For that, may I now request Professor Santosh Saraf, Pro VC, Graphic Era, Dehradun University, and Professor Manup, Head, Department of Biosciences. I request Ma'am and Sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Rajnikant Shrivastava sir with a token of gratitude. So please. May I now request Professor Saraf and Professor Pant to kindly felicitate Shri Alpik Rajji with token of gratitude. Thank you everyone. We extend a heartfelt gratitude to both her dignitaries for inspiring us with their knowledgeable experience. May I now request Dr. Vishal Tripathi to proceed with panel discussion. Sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. May I request the panelists to kindly join us on the dais. I'm requesting Dr. Shrivastava sir, Shri, sir, Dr. Ajay Mande sir, Dr. Santosh Saraf sir, and Dr. Rudwara sir to kindly join us on the dais. Of the dais, we are joined by Dr. Vishal sir, Radiologist, Graphic Era Institute of Medical Sciences, Dr. Gaurav Pant sir, who is a clinical microbiologist and joint research coordinator at GU James, and we are also joined by Dr. Upendra Singh sir, the scientist DRDO. Respected chairperson, distinguished panelists, esteemed faculty members, researchers, students, and guests. Welcome to this panel discussion under the conference Emerging Technologies in Computational Biology and Sustainable Food Systems. Today's discussion revolves around one of the most important scientific transitions of our time, the integration of artificial intelligence, computational technologies, and data-driven systems into basic and allied sciences. As we all know that artificial intelligence is no longer confined to computer sciences laboratories. Today it is entering hospitals, agriculture, forestry systems, biotechnology laboratories, epidemiological surveillance, diagnostics, sustainability research, and even policy making. With all these, however, while their opportunities are immense in this domain, there are several important questions that are emerging. For example, are we prepared for responsible integration of AI into scientific systems? How do we balance innovation with ethics and cybersecurity? Can artificial intelligence help us build sustainable and resilient healthcare, agriculture, environmental systems? And most importantly, what should be India's roadmap to shaping this rapidly evolving technological era? For this, today we are joined by our chairperson, Dr. Shrivastava sir, and I think you already have heard him in the morning. We have Dr. Alpik sir, who just finished his lecture and gave us a detailed insight how CERT is the nodal national agency of Government of India is helping us in maintaining the cybersecurity incident response. We are also joined by Alpik Pandey sir, who is a scientist G at National Agri-Food and Biomanufacturing Institute, Mohali. His research focuses on functional genomics, iron biofortification in wheat, transcriptomics, improving nutritional quality, and resilience in cereal crops. We have our Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Santosh Saraf sir, who is Dean Academics also at the Graphic Era University, and sir is actively involved in academic policy formulation, curriculum design, deep learning applications, and medical research processing. His research focuses on the application of artificial intelligence in deep learning in multimedia and healthcare systems. We are privileged to have you here, sir. We are also fortunate to have with us the distinguished speaker from Graphic Era, Dr. Bhushan, who is a radiologist over there. Dr. Gaurav sir, who is a clinical microbiologist and joint research coordinator, as I mentioned. And Dr. Rudwara sir, scientist at the Defense Institute of Biosciences Technology, Manup. So we are beginning with the panel discussion with a very simple question today to all the panelist members on the dais and off the dais. What do you consider the most transformative impact of computational technology and artificial intelligence in your respective disciplines today, sir? May I request the volunteer to kindly pass on the mic to your chairperson, and I think it will be helpful.
Today, with the mobile, with the internet, with the AI, with the CAD activity, I think they are more confused. Because we don't have time. Sometimes you have to, you are walking with somebody on the mobile, you are not prepared to. So sometimes technology is useful, but sometimes technology is also causing a lot of problems. AI is there, AI is very, very good. Because if you will not move with the technology, you are unable to exist. You have to be with the technology. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that you are completely dependent on technology. AI is good, but the HI is also very, very important. It is human intelligence. Without the HI, AI is not going to solve the problems. Similarly, AI cannot give you the EI. EI is the emotional intelligence. That is again very, very important. And again, I will touch upon here the mind, body, and soul. Unless and until there is no connection between the mind, body, and soul, nothing can work. So, if you want to remain fit, healthy, I think the connection between the mind, body, and soul is to be sustained to survive in this planet. And since the AI is there, definitely we can do wonders. And for example, if you have to do traditionally, in the old days, I have to collect data on, for example, any disease you take or the malaria in India. So I will have to go through the library, go to search the articles and do a physical searching and make some notes. Only then you will be able to make some paragraph about how it was, how it is, what is the future. But if in AI you give some prompts, the cost of the malaria and what is the future, AI will do everything on your behalf and give you in a second time. You are ready to report. But the same data, because the AI, what AI is doing, because whatever data is existing, sometimes there are so many variations in the data also. The AI is collecting data from, suppose, from the graphic era, from the Ministry of Health, from the ICAO, from the state governments. But what about if the data is not accurate? Because in India we talk about the data accuracy. If you are not having the proper data, the AI will use the data will exist in the system. So unless and until you do not use your human intelligence, then you have to decide if you are making anything based on the AI and you are just giving in the interview or in any discussion, you are attending a meeting with the policy makers and you are going with the inputs from the AI only, then I think sometimes it may work, sometimes it may not work. So technology is good, but beside technology, you have to put your mind also to check whether whatever information is there, is it okay or not. So I think we have to live with the technology, but at the same time, you have to use your own mind also. We should not be completely surrender ourselves to the technology. That is my point of view regarding the new technology. And definitely, as I already explained, that computational biology is the integration. Because in silos we cannot work. Today we are existing in the system, we cannot work in silos. I have certain amount of data. I also spoke about the One Health example. We are concerned about the human health only, but the human health is connected with the animal health and the environmental health. But the animal data you can get from veterinary science department, agricultural data you can get from the agricultural ministry or from the agricultural institute. Environmental data you can get. So in today's time, suppose you have to develop climate-based modeling. So you need a climate data. So you have to consult with the environmental scientists, climate scientists. So if you have data from the climate point of view, you have data from the veterinary point of view, all these data have to integrate. Where the computational biology can play an important role. They can integrate the data from the different sections, different parts, and do analysis, give you an example where the animal born infections can have an infection on the human and how the environment can generate all these things. So here the role of computational biology becomes very important when we are talking about the role of computational biology in the health sector. Similarly, we have a lot of genome data, gene sequencing, next generation sequencing, gene editing, and target medicine, precision medicine. So where all these data are available, so computational biology can integrate, do analysis, and give you a predictive answers. Based on that, you can take your own decision. But ultimately, final decision is in your hand. How you can use your own mindset and apply that depending upon the local conditions. Again, I already spoke that the local conditions play an important role.
data based on the computational analysis may have some positive impact in a country like Western countries, but in our country we have to concern about own problems, own challenges, that is how we can work. So this is from my side. If you are ready to the other part, I have you. Okay. So I have explained about from the architecture point of view.
I'll be the last person because I am the provider for all these meetings.
So I think I will not have much of time. I think Mr. Shrivastava has already explained how AI and computing can help some of these classrooms and matters. What I will specifically speak about is the fact that this is something which is I work on where I work on rice. Rice is in the what is surprising is the major consumer of wheat. We do have medium sequence from the Indian as. So that's a bottleneck we had when we started getting biologists from back when I was working on crops. I'll tell you what, the reason behind this one is case which I think it is made to mind with what we lack. Now, if you extend this further, there are labs working in generating transcriptome data or proteome data independent of the cultivars or the number they are using, but there is no data set which is present. For example, you have to use the data set, I would request you to give me a consent, and if you are not able to give me a consent, I would request the editor where it will be published. So that's how it goes. Now, just to sensitize these issues, the Department of Biotechnology has opened a center. It is called an Indian Biological Data Center. This works in connection with NIC in Delhi. And there's a beautiful network which you can create. For example, if I generate certain kind of transcript from specific process in local crops or crops which are grown by whole India, and it has to be now submitted back to those centers. That means as a user, you as a user, you can have access for those. And if you assume this, in this case at a larger level, you assume that from all the different points of the country where it was in the data, can you use AI-based modeling system to predict these things, which trade is working better in which region of the country. And that way it could be useful for us. Now, as I said, just in the last case, this is inside this again. How many of you know the term CRISPR-Cas9 for gene editing? Can you raise hand? So some of them, at least 10-20% of them, you know that term. Now, Cas9 is a protein which is used for genome editing for these things. How big is that? That is close to 1400 amino acids. Now, can you use AI-based training system where you can see the evolution of this protein, how it has been done? And can you miniaturize the whole protein? So now, one particular protein which has been used for performance function can be performed in a 400-500 days. Same goes for AI-driven kinetic activity enhancement. For example, you can take the phosphatases which can dissolve or serve as phosphate versus some other enzyme activity, mechanisms. Can you involve the software to do multi-domain or multi-enzyme activity? So this is the way how it can help in agriculture as well as in microsystem. Those unique frequencies
So I focus on the cybersecurity as they told me to focus on domain specific.
So anybody has tried to write any code using AI agents? So what pattern have you noticed? Like when you tell write a Python script for doing so and so, so it will chart out the entire Python script. Yeah, it takes more time by us. So in 4 times. Okay, but if you give a good prompt, sir, I believe like you will get a proper code. have you noticed commenting of the various sections of the code? So what we found from the cybersecurity part is, whenever any geopolitical tensions happen, I did not list out the countries who are targeting India. So those countries, they try to again increase the number of attacks on our organizations. Now because of the coming up of AI and the vibe coding or the no coding, you are aware of this word, vibe coding and no coding, we have seen tenfold increase of the number of malwares which they are sending us. And when we reverse engineer that, we find the same comments. That means they are directly giving the prompt to the AI and generating the malware from that and just sending it to us, compiling it and sending it to us. So the tenfold increase of the malware has just come because of the coming up of AI. You have heard about ChatGPT. There is another thing called as warm GPT. Okay, so if you are having Tor browser, if you would have used, then you can access those websites, and they don't have any guardrails. Whatever type of malicious code you want to do, or whatever type of vulnerability you want to like expose, or want to write a proof of concept, you can use warm GPT to do that. I am not telling you to do that, but I am just telling you that it can be done. So the threat actors are using those, and we have seen enormous increase in the number of attacks. So this is from my comments. Thank you.
No sir, it won't be impossible. Because of that you have to use the support of
yeah, actually, basically I am from DRDO. We have taken in one futuristic project on AI-based precision nutrition for our soldiers. Whenever soldiers move to high altitude, they face a lot of anti-inflammatory reactions. So how this artificial intelligence can help us to design a food, how to provide the nutritious foods to overcome this anti-inflammatory markers. So that project we have taken, definitely it is going to help our soldiers whenever we ask them to move to the higher altitude. We can use the designed nutritious food to overcome this marker. Because this gut leaking will lead to a lot of anti-inflammatory reactions in the higher altitude. So definitely AI will help to overcome these problems in our defense forces.
May I request our volunteers to kindly provide the mic to member of the rise. Yeah. After sir.
I took it last because my students are going to work for them, and they basically gave the requirements, okay, of what is supposed to know when you go get a job. So from the academic side, we are again at a crossroad where AI is misunderstood as ChatGPT. It is not only ChatGPT. AI has multiple facets to it. So as teachers, even as students, I think so we need to study the requirement and design our curriculum in such a way that we become more useful, okay, to the industry. And also, since morning we are at the third time we heard about data sets. And data sets, as even our chancellors have mentioned, that we keep on working on foreign data sets. And there is a concept of digital twin. Now, digital twin was a very old concept where a complete machine was integrated in software. And it would actually run by using sensor data, and it would tell where it would break down. Now, doing a digital twin of a human being is going to be a huge challenge, and I think so that challenge can be picked up, and as sir mentioned that TB was developed. So we can break into parts and start having digital twins of various organs in the body, and finally put them together and make a human being. So this is what teaching has to happen. But then as a teacher, I have this challenge. What should I teach them? So my take is, if you guys become more of an algorithmic thought leaders with system approach. Then LLMs like ChatGPT will help you to develop great systems. I think so Claude AI, sir, I have been using Claude AI and I have already developed 3 systems which are like, I'm going to be, they're basically tools which are going to be used for students. We are also collaborating with our radiologists to get some insight into that. So for students, we have developed a complete language lab. So it took 7 days, complete language lab with accent analysis. You can decide whether you want to analyze our accent in American accent or say British or neutral Indian. So end of the day, I see AI as a productivity tool. Used in a right way, I think so we have a great future. And I think so as academic particular, we need to train ourselves first because the students are much ahead of us. So we have to catch them and see to it that they get the right energy. Thank you.
Can you pass on the mic to number of
But what is the authenticity of this electricians? Majority of the food is not with pesticide fertilizers, not very pure and you're providing to high area. So what is the check behind it?
Yeah, actually we have enabled accredited lab. Our lab is enabled accredited lab. We test all the ingredients, whatever we are using in our products. First we will test for the pesticides, whether antibiotics are there. See, nowadays your milk, so many things are getting adulterated. Your dal is getting adulterated by food colors. So first we test whether the things what we are going to take for development of products, whether it is adulterate free or not. After that we go for product. Even we are so much careful about our space food products because we are sending so many food products to the future space food program. So we have so much of QA/QC. We have to keep everything ready for our expertise because until unless it is not cleared by the QA/QC, we cannot send it to customers. So like that, we have a disciplined QA/QC system. So we see that things are working, free from all that.
But my personal experience, I have conducted a lot of expedition in the army. And to see if expedition was there are more products and packed food also. Nobody going to check it and they are ready to eat and ready to.
Sir, everything is checked and dispatched to the teams. Otherwise, sir, they will not accept because they usually randomly check and it will be tested in those laboratories. They have CFLs.
So it's a very important issue for the doctors.
CFLs are there, they also test. Even for during procurement also the CFLs check all the ingredients.
Thank you.
I have a simple question because I know background of the computer biology AI. So currently we have used a different type of AI and computer biology tools. So what is the basic standard criteria any sites we select or update yourself to using the current AI use any research studies? Sir, I am just asking about, I am not background, I know AI. So what is the basic standard? How to select the correct tools? Like we use some search engine, ChatGPT, Perplexity, DeepSeek. Which one of the best gave us exactly for this seminar question. So the so many tools are available in our website. We try to update yourself by using some short course joining, but they have provided different. So we are calculating which one is okay.
So, have you been able to deploy local Llama model systems in your labs? So I just like we have ChatGPT and other things. Now, specifically, I just give up beforehand part of that and I want to work with you. So specifically the domain of biosciences, the very important is data sovereignty. Now if you keep on posting data on ChatGPT, those data are going there. Even if you there is a setting in ChatGPT, I do not use my data to train your algo, but no more than that. Okay, so that is not enough control. The same thing applies to Gemini or DRDO or DeepSeek. DeepSeek, where it's the origin, the language model. For research purpose, what we have done, I could say that, and the same thing that we have done here. We have, if you have a computational system of even 64 GB or 32 GB RAM with 8-core processor, you can deploy your own LLM model on your system, which will be local and for your own use, and you can train it using your own use. Okay. That will be offline, it will not go outside, and you can even take off the internet and it will keep on running there. It may be slow, but as you increase the computational power, like if you move from 64 to 128 GB, you will get, and with NVIDIA GPU clusters we have, you will get a considerable good result. As compared to ChatGPT of giving you results in 1 second, you can get it 4 seconds, but you will be assured that the data is public. It's not public, it is local to you. Now coming to your question, sir, each model has its own expertise. What we have experienced. For example, DeepSeek if you use, since it has a very less number of guardrails for putting any malicious code and all, it is very much good for programming categories. Likewise, if you use Claude, it has a very good performance when it has multiple sources reference it has to use. So, for research purposes, then you can use Claude because it has a lot many sources, or what we say as RAG. Here is a word called as RAG, retrieval augmented garbage. So it uses that and it has very defined number of sources from which you can pick out the data and then it will try to give you a good answer. So Claude is being used for that. Gemini is jack of all trades. Okay. So what we have figured out is that ChatGPT, what it does is it is good for writing English. And it does a good trade balance with programming also. But DeepSeek is more towards the programming. So it's not that one size fits all. Depending upon your purpose, you can experiment and see if you open 4 tabs and do the same prompt in each of them, you will see that you will obtain different type of answer. And the answer which suits you more, it depends upon which type of thing you want to do. Suppose if you write, when you are facing problems with programming, actually you can go with DeepSeek. So you check that is more than enough. I hope I answered your question.
Good afternoon, Alpik. I'm from Department of Biosciences, and in 2023 started off with MSc in bioinformatics. So we are trying to have a good balance of courses from various streams. Like we have course on artificial intelligence, machine learning, IoT. How important do you feel there is how much do you feel there is a need for introducing a course on cybersecurity? Because we want our students to do good in bioinformatics, and if they want to excel in bioinformatics, definitely we want them to have an insight on how to secure their data. So how important do you think they, or how much important it is for us to have a syllabus on cybersecurity and the things that you're talking about just now?
Thank you, ma'am, for the question. If I say that it is very important, you will think I am always biased. But I myself is from, I'm from electronics background. But the domain of cybersecurity very much interested me, so I started doing more study on that, and then finally I got into cyber. Now this is my first experience. But after coming here and then when we go for talks, we usually go for talks for sector-wise, suppose banking and financial sector, because those sectors we feel that for them the cybersecurity is very much important. There we also get the same question, like, do we need to teach cybersecurity to our kids? Because now kids are also using lot many mobile phones, even the systems and all. In one case, we saw one person said, I did not provide the OTP, but still some balance got debited from his account. So he did not install any app, but his kid, by playing one game, ad pop-up came and he installed an APK. So that was the case. So coming to your question, what I believe is, like, at least I think some schools have already introduced a basic cyber hygiene syllabus in the from the school itself, like understanding the do's and don'ts for in the domain of digital media. In the course, like in the higher education, I firmly believe that cybersecurity will play a very important role, and this will also help in integrating with the other sectors such as AI. Because if you see Claude or ChatGPT, when we had a discussion with the higher management, they themselves have a very good cybersecurity team deployed, because threat actors always want their models to get exploited. So first they need to safeguard their own models before they can operate to somebody very much selectively. This is what my personal opinion is. In this video, basic cybersecurity. Yes, ma'am, sure. This is not just a personal bias, but I firmly believe so.
Just a second, ma'am. We are still here. We haven't heard from two of our expert panelists. I think we should take their opinion first, and we will come to the Q&A later. So may I request Shraddha to kindly pass the mic to Vishal Thakkar, sir. So your perspectives.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a radiologist, and we are using AI to our workflow management. Like in RIS or HIS system, AI can flag the case, which is important, marked as infarct case for stroke protocol, or marked as hemorrhage in the brain. And also we can use AI for screening purpose, like breast carcinoma. We can get many mammography images, but we have very less number of radiologists in India. So it can screen the cases which are normal, and it gives us the data set which are suspected to be breast carcinoma, which can be reviewed by radiologists. Similarly, we can use it for lung cancer screening, and also for report generation in radiology reporting. AI can generate structured report after giving speech to text commands. So these are the positive points of AI which can use for increasing throughput of the radiology department, and we can bridge the gap between number of radiologists and our Indian population. But the one biggest problem is, I'll give you a real life scenario. Our pulmonologist called me. I have a patient, and can you review his CT scan images? I said, okay. He sent me the images, and I have reviewed the images, and I told it's just old tubercular lesion in his right lung. But he said there is a catch. I said, what happens? The outside report is also saying it is old tubercular lesion, but a patient having another report. Can you review the report? I saw the report, and it was AI generated report, and it shows patient having lung carcinoma. Patient was in too much pain and agony since 1 week because of that AI generated report. So I just wanted to say that it is double-edged sword, and we can use it wisely before using it. Thank you.
Always human intelligence always works, is not always, you can never depend on the AI always. I also want to have some question, and I think the basic problem with the AI is right now, many of the people in research, those who are doing research, they are submitting proposals completely based on the AI. They are not keeping their mindset. Number two, many of the research So many proposals I have come in. ISMAR is working on a proposal. And even the researchers are looking, they are using the AI in their they are writing a proposal, they are not using this is a hard to use. And have you heard about the targeting software? So now they are deploying AI to detect terrorism. Because as a recent article which I have machine generated, so they are using on a very wide scale and they are now applying up with again the models, the technique of the model, so that they once the developer wants to use connected software and want to get the amount of terrorism in the input text, so the connectivity is using this. So it is cat and mouse games, like what we have known in cybersecurity, the threat actors are using AI, we also use AI to decrypt the things faster. So it's again who wins, who has the upper hand. So I think the human intervention will come into play. They say, okay, humanize the text. Then the also is an AI to humanize the text. So it's the hard reality, and we have to again it will take time to get it done.
Kindly pass the mic to the worker, sir.
A very good afternoon to respect all. So it was a very casual story, and that AI impact in my research and in my life. So in 2016 and 17 I was there in Mathura. So Mathura, as you know, whenever the Mathura name came, there is the spiritual legacy of Lord Krishna, nothing else. So in 1 month, near about 1,000 or more than 1,000 individuals are coming to Mathura to visit the vegetarian and everything. So the problem was that during the parikrama, so many water bodies was there, so many ponds was there, which to have a spiritual legacy. And during parikrama, when the devotees are walking around this parikrama mark, they used to took the water, they used to took the water, they used to collect the water and take the water in their home. And during whole this walking schedule of near about 82 goes or something like that, they took different water from different water bottles which are there. But now the case, the problem was there that after completing whole this round, they got gastrointestinal infection. So the local administration told us that you are there. Local administration told that you are there in that particular area, and definitely you have to, at least you identify the problem, where is the problem. So at first we thought that the contamination or that infection is due to the microorganism that this one coliforms or Enterobacteriaceae, this one family bacteria, or from the heavy metals which are there in it. So we took different water samples from different locality of bridge region, and the results surprised all of our team. Because heavy metal contamination, coliform concentration, all was there in the permissible limits. So then we thought that where is the problem? Then we went to the composition of the ecosystem. Then we found that there are some algal species which are there in that pond. And we isolated the algal species, we purified, but I am not a phycologist, I am a medical microbiologist. So phycology is very far away from me. And for identification of these algal species, traditionally, the technology is we have to go for microscopy. A long time, very hard work and expertise is needed for the identification of these algal groups. But another concept was algae. If we are talking about, if we will eliminate and remove all of the algal species which are there in the pond, definitely it will disturb the ecosystem. Because algae are the primary producer and are the basic concept of life. So definitely we have to target only the algal species which are causing good bloom formation and using the toxins. That was a very big hurdle for all of us. then what we have done, because nobody was psychologist in art, so what we have done, we have contacted to the experts. They sent us the photo. We made a whole this one library. Okay, if you are talking about cyanobacteria, they are like that. If you are talking about spirulina, they are like that. If you are talking about chlorella, they are like that. So we make whole this one library, and then the artificial intelligence help us. It turned this problem to a real life and a solution. Yeah, data set. So what we have done, we use so many models individually and in the combination also. That is VGG net, RX net 50 and LX net. These models we use, and within a very short duration of time, with 99% of accuracy, these systems identify, okay, this is the algal, this is the algae, this is good algae, and this is the bad algae. So, like that AI helps us in our research, and this is near about 2016 and 17 in Mathura, and now I am Joint Research Coordinator of GU and GEMS, and now we are applying these models to our medical sciences for identification, characterization of Helicobacter pylori in the patients who are infected in the intestine of the patient. So this is the small story of AI. Definitely, every coin do have two faces, but we are looking on the positive. Thank you. Yes, we do have very good articles, and near about more than 500 citations for that articles in algal research and applied water science. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, in this introductory session, I think Shogi ma'am wanted to ask some question. Do you have? Yeah, most definitely. We will come to the students.
Actually, I'm a biochemist and a bit of computational biology also I do. So I truly agree that we can use AI and all to do our work at a speed. But what personally I see that when we do something manually, so for example, if I read a paper, so I put some hours to it, then at the end I get the gist of the paper, as well as I know every bit information in it. But when I ask my student to do that, what they do, they upload that paper on the ChatGPT or some AI tool, and they know the gist of the paper, but they don't know the minute information which was in it. So what I feel, AI is very, very beneficial for this generation and the generation which is sitting on the dais, which has done a lot of hard work manually. But the generation we are, cultivating, that is more into AI. And मतलब personally, मुझे बहुत डर लगता है कि आगे चल के क्या होगा, क्योंकि they are not doing, jitna manual they should do. So this is one of the most concern I feel. And Sir gave a very, very beautiful example of gas. So if I ask AI to truncate a protein, it will do it. And if I ask an AI to build a multiple enzyme system, it will do it. But what is that? And I can publish that too. But what is the thing, whether that system will work in the experimental system? Will it validate? So the validation point is very, very important.
So I agree with you, and I really appreciate whatever you are thinking. You next generation, are you want to happen in their future? अगर आप बताओ जब हम लोग छोटे थे ना, doctors used to see you come, they used to touch your nerves, and they will detect the problem. डॉक्टर के पास जाओ, वो आपकी जीभ देखते थे, आंखें देखते थे, हाथ देखते थे, how about the see? If you will go, अगर देखेंगे तो किस महीने में नहीं आएगा. Because they don't know anything now. They are completely dependent. वो तो आपको 50 टेस्ट लिखते नहीं उनकी जरूरत में या नहीं है. You will go and come back again with the test. They will do unnecessary tests which are not required. But you will come the test and they will take a decision based on your testing. Similarly, this will happen for the future generation. We have worked hard in the field condition. In 40-degree temperature, going there in the field, collecting samples, doing everything manually. Now everything is all set. You have different kind of a machine just put and get the data sitting in air conditioned laboratory. So I think this is going to happen. The students, they have to go, they have to realize the real importance of field condition. Only then they can become a big man. Laboratories में air condition में बैठ के तो कभी जिंदगी नहीं होने वाली है. Technology is good, but at the same time, अगर आपको बड़ा बनना है, then you will have to work hard. You will have to go to the field. You have to work in the 40-degree temperature. Only then you can become a good and prominent person if you want to become. Technology है, लेकिन support करेंगे, लेकिन साथ-साथ आपको जो है ना, hard work तो करना पड़ेगा.
I'll just quickly add to the second part of your learning. So yes, we can use a model like AlphaFold, 1, 2, 3, how they will work. And now we are talking about AI guided tests and new tests and things. Yes, validation is important. And I think I'll show you one paper tomorrow where Indian lab has actually done it and validated in a crop system, in a rounds and rice, and we are trying to do the same thing today. That's a totally innovative idea which the PI has come across. I think it should be used as rapid as we can. Just involve yourself in terms of saving the time actually, because what they say now, बड़े बुजुर्ग बोल रहे हैं आजकल समय ही पैसा है actually, time is money. So and just to add that, I think ICER Pune allowed using ChatGPT to all the students. Now how do they grade based on that? That's I think my job is to tell the information, not to define that.
It's like asking people not to walk on sand on seashore. AI is there, so teachers have to ask students. You are getting a teacher with global knowledge. How much knowledge you can extract from that is important. So the inquiry question can always be put. They might get it from ChatGPT, but the teachers have to become smart so that they ask them questions which make them learn. Let them go to ChatGPT, but they will get it fast. So I think again, as I mentioned earlier, it is we teachers who have to catch up. Thank you.
Shraddha, can you pass on the mic to Vishal Thakkar? Students, I'm coming to the students first. There's one question and we will open the session for the students as well, sir. Sir, I just had a very simple question to you. Are we prepared for responsible integration of artificial intelligence into medical sciences, especially medical diagnostics?
Yes, definitely. I think we, as Sir said, we have to catch up with the technology. We are catering many patients, and as I said, I think we have one radiologist per 1 lakh population in India. And if we want to cater the all population of the India, we should have one radiologist per 10,000 people. So I don't see in near future we can get those number of the radiologists. But by using AI, we can improve the workflow in the radiology department, and we can remove the normal cases from the system, and we can induct the cases which are suspected for which needs immediate reporting, and radiologists look at that case and report that case. And another part of the AI is speech-to-text software enabled with AI. It can generate report within 5 minutes. Previously, I used to report a few cases. It took me 30 to 35 minutes. But now, using AI plus this kind of software, I can prepare report within 15 minutes. So my work output doubles within a day. So artificial intelligence definitely helps us into improvement of the healthcare system and work output. But at the same time, as I said, human touch should not be lost from that, because it can produce many false positive cases and false negative cases also. So in future I can see with human intervention plus artificial intelligence we can improve work output of healthcare system and we can cater more patient in shorter time.
Thank you, sir. Now please pass on the mic to the students. I think you were having a question there. Yeah.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries. Good afternoon, everyone. So I have a question from respected Alpik sir. So if we have IP address, only the IP address, can we tell that which attack has been done to the system or not?
So if you just, let me just clarify, you are saying that you are only having an IP address and you want to see whether an attack has been done or whether a system is vulnerable. What do you want to do?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So to check whether in the, based upon the IP address, now there are different type of IP address. One is dynamic IP address, one is static IP address. Suppose your institution will be having 2 or 3 static IP addresses, so that will remain constant whenever or from whichever places you will access this website to website, it will have a static IP address. But when you try to connect from your phone to your laptop, okay, then you check what is the IP address of the system. That is a dynamic IP address. So the IP address when you see in the morning it will be different, when you see in the evening it will be different. Okay. For dynamic IP address it is very difficult to find what type of vulnerability is there, because now there are many people here using internet. You for Airtel will not be having, you know, IPv4, IPv6. The concept is known, it will be easier for people. Okay. So there is IPv4 which is normally being used, so there are very limited number of IP addresses for that. That is why the concept of dynamic IP addresses. Now when a dynamic IP address has come, so at a time there will be multiple users here who will be just having one IP address. So suppose if many of you are having Airtel here and if you check on internet what is my IP address, there is a website, just check the IP address, many of you people will be having the same IP address. So in that case it will be difficult to find the vulnerability or whether an attack has happened or not. In the case of static IP address, now here comes the main question. Now there are many websites which are resolving to a static IP address. There it becomes a bit easier. There are many tools. There is a shodan.io, shodan.io, census.io. There are 2 websites. Now in those websites you can put the IP address of the interested party which you want. Like for suppose of your institution, not say for doing for vulnerability assessment or anything. So I am not responsible for this. But if you want to just check and do a responsible disclosure, you can go and report it. You can just take the IP address, put it on Shodan and check whether the website is vulnerable or not. Or on the server on which the website is hosted, whether that is vulnerable or not. And if it is vulnerable, it is prone to attack. Vulnerability means there is some loophole in that thing and it is just waiting to get exploited. Or it may already have been exploited is another thing, but it is ready to get exploited. That you can check there on shodan.io or census.io. That is only for static IP address. And if you find anything in your institute's website, then you can do a responsible disclosure, because it is a crime on attacking any Indian cyberspace, like any entity or any digital infrastructure in Indian cyberspace. If you do vulnerability and penetration testing without any legal mandate, it's a crime. So please understand that and do responsibly.
Sure, sir. But one more question.
Yes,
So according to you, so what all the factors we should look for to identify the attacks or like vulnerabilities?
Please come again.
So to identify the attacks and vulnerabilities, what all factors we should look for?
Can you just narrow down the context, because it's a very wide question. So when you mentioned about the IP address, again I had to speak, because when you ask this question, it is very wide thing. I start and saying it will take time. So can you
So
narrow
for
down?
example, there is an attack, तो उसके लिए हम लोग keywords लेते हैं कि कौन सा अटैक है उसके लिए हम कीवर्ड्स लेते हैं.
जैसे कुछ उदाहरण के तौर पे हम क्या किस कारण से आपके फोन पे कुछ अटैक हुआ या आपके डिवाइस पे कुछ अटैक हुआ?
So like phishing attack.
ठीक है.
उसके लिए हमारे पास कीवर्ड्स होंगे, like लिंक वगैरह होगा. उसके लिए तो उससे पता लग जाता है कि phishing अटैक है.
ठीक है.
तो ऐसे कोई अटैक्स को आइडेंटिफाई करने के लिए हम कौन से फैक्टर्स को देखें या फिर?
देखिए एज अ नॉर्मल यूजर, ठीक है, नॉर्मल यूजर जैसे हम लोग हैं अभी फोन में और लैपटॉप में एक्सेस करते हैं, तो मोस्टली हम लोग को फिशिंग अटैक्स आते हैं. और दूसरा एक अटैक होता है वो है ड्राइव बाय डाउनलोड्स. उसमें क्या होता है, सपोज अभी आईपीएल चल रहा है, ठीक है, अभी हमारे पास हॉटस्टार का सब्सक्रिप्शन नहीं है, ठीक है, या किसी जो भी फीफा चल रहा है उसका जिस चैनल पे उसका सब्सक्रिप्शन है, हम नेट पे सर्च करेंगे वॉच आईपीएल फ्री, ठीक, तो कहीं ना कहीं वो वेबसाइट रिडायरेक्ट कर देगा. Many a times there is first always remember there is nothing called as free lunch. ठीक है, so if somebody is like Google is giving you Gmail for free, you are the product. Okay, so likewise अगर कहीं पे कुछ free मिल रहा है या तो आपका वो डेटा ले रहा है या तो वो आप में कुछ इंजेक्ट कर रहा है, ठीक है. So that is again the basic cyber hygiene यहाँ पे आता है. अब जैसे अभी कौन सा है गेम ऑफ थ्रोन्स का which app got banned, it was certain which banned है, नहीं टिकटॉक, हाँ टिकटॉक ही था, ब्लू नहीं that one in which you hunt, PUBG, sorry I am not, because it was asked by us what are the apps which is communicating to each other, so we had recently had even my family members were scolding me, the relatives, why it doesn't matter. So PUBG is there. Now PUBG अगर आपको खेलना है, फिर you will search how to play PUBG in India bypassing the this thing. You get some app. अगर वो APK आपको दूसरे through से push हो रहा है, it is not pushed on Play Store. It is sure that it is having some malicious connection. Okay? There are many times when we see any compromise, many mails comes to us related that from our bank this much has got withdrawn. When we get hundreds of mails like that, but sometimes we try to investigate like what is the root cause, whether it is actually happening from the attacker point or it is a user issue. User has done something wrong. So we identify the user. He would have installed any APK just come via WhatsApp, free credit card. बस इंस्टॉल किया, क्रेडिट कार्ड तो ठीक है वो मिला नहीं मिला, उसका पे यूपीआई का पासवर्ड और की लॉगिन करके आप सारा डिटेल्स चला. So this is the basic cyber. First of all, again I say nothing is free. There is nothing called free lunch. So once you remember this, I think most of the things get sorted out. I believe I answered it.
Thank you so much.
So anyone else from the students? Okay. We have a couple of questions.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. So you had mentioned Claude AI during the discussion. So sir, I had one question. Right now, there's this thing where you can integrate Claude AI with different websites. For example, Canva, you give your credentials and they create a poster. So you also mentioned how with AI everything is getting automated and you get more attacks. So sir, can we use it for our defense as well? Like, is the government doing anything? Is any AI getting integrated? Because if they are doing it, then we can do it as well, right?
Yes, I never answered this part. I just said their part. We are always doing it. If we don't do, we will be left behind. As I mentioned, right, the attack got tenfold increased. So we also need to step up our defense because the manpower is limited. So we started using AI, right? Once we got to know the nag of the sample, when we were doing reverse engineering of any executable, like .exe file, we understood, okay, that is the pattern. We developed the proper code. Instead of me typing it, I understood, right, okay, this is how the sample has to be reverse engineered. There are various tools. Have you in AI, there is a thing called MCP, Model Context Protocol. So we programmed the Model Context Protocol to accept the query such that instead of me doing it, the AI part will do this thing and it will give me the IOCs. The IOCs are called as indicators of compromise. So that means like to which attacker IP address it is going. So to directly extract it, it will give it to me. And it will even find the correlations. Right? Suppose the sample 1 has come and next to the sample 2 comes. What is the correlation factor between the today's sample and the tomorrow sample? So usually we find 0.9, 0.95. So that means they both are correlated, only minor differences are there. So if you are not using AI, again, if we as in everybody, if you are not thinking that without AI things will go forward, then I think you need to change your mindset. We need to adopt AI. It is here and it is going to stay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next. This should be the last question. We are running short of time.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries, and good afternoon, everyone. I am a first year undergraduate biotech student majoring in chemistry and computational biology. Sir, my question is from computational biology, that in computational biology there is a topic of drug design. So in drug design, the modern approach is CAD, which is computer-aided drug design. So sir, in CAD there is a ligand-based approach. Ligand-based approach in it, which is there is a pharmacophore modeling. Sir, can you explain that? Pharmaco for modeling.
I think it's much more of a classroom question. We can have the discussion later in the classroom. We have got expertise. I was doubting a couple of questions that.
I really haven't used CAD, but I think you can use BIOCOM. That's for document studies, so sometimes that is more useful rather than. That's what I can say.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Is there any field left where AI cannot be applied?
We'll have to find out.
Can AI be applicable in parenting?
For example, if you see your email every day, you will receive, there are so many pediatric journals which they will offer you free of cost, publishing this article in 1 month or 2 months, then you will get affected, you will publish the article, you will pay the money, but that article have no relevance. Similarly, you keep on receiving so many invitations for attending international conference. They are pediatric conferences. So I think all these things in the global digital scenario, we need to be aware, we need to be conscious, we need to learn what is correct, what is not correct. All these technologies, they are very good and they are here, they are going to stay. We are bound to use it. As I already explained that in older days there were no technologies, but at that time we were not able to detect many of the diseases also. But now because of these technologies, you can go in the pinpoint, you can identify the genes, you can correct the gene, you can do the gene therapy. So because of this technology, this is helping you. You can get the disease diagnosed at an early level. You can do the tumor marking also. This is all helping. In older days it was not happening. So without these technologies, I think we cannot survive. Because of this, the life expectancy, I was telling in the morning, it has reached from 50 to 70. Because you can detect the disease in the early, you can take the action, you can prevent the diseases. So all these things are happening. And people, they are now, older people, they are looking younger. Because the new technology has come. So all these things are really very good, but at the same time you have to be careful where you need to use it, and if we have to use it, that should be used carefully. That's it.
Maybe Dr. Kiran was having a question.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I have I'll ask two questions. My question is to Alpik sir. So my first question is, how applicable is AI in analyzing forensic evidences? Because we need to consider its admissibility in the court of law. And another question I want to ask is, we have forensic science courses running in the Department of Biosciences. So how can we collaborate with certain? So I have these two questions.
So you are asking about digital forensics, because I know digital forensics from the medical forensics.
As per your understanding, is it admissible in the court?
Yeah, digital forensics, even we as from our digital forensics point of view, we have a full legal chain of custody. Because we need to, suppose if this phone is of some terrorist, and it needs to get analyzed regarding what are the messages there, whatever the last warning is there. So it has to have a proper chain of custody, or even for any criminal. Otherwise, the opposition lawyer will totally outlaw you. They will say that this device itself is compromised.
Yes, absolutely, I understand that. So I want to know the application of AI for analysis.
Yes. So what happened here is, now for iPhone, you have a phone. I'll just give you an example. Okay. So because of this video recording, I cannot speak much. We can
can tell it.
No, because many things which I cannot. So I try to keep, again, I try to anonymize things. So now for this iPhone, there are two mechanisms of PIN. Either you can have a 4-digit or a 6-digit. Have you tried so? So there are 4-digit or 6-digit. Now when we get any iPhone as a forensic evidence, and we can only analyze it after getting into it. So what happens is, now there is a setting in iPhone. If you do 10 attempts, it will erase the entire device. Have you checked that setting? If not, then we will see. There is a setting in that. Now we don't know whether that setting has been enabled or not. So we have a tool. So what it does is, it creates, once you plug in, it creates a software copy of the entire hardware. And it will again put in a random, it's a brute force. So for 6 digit, it will mean how many permutation combination if you do, you will 10 power 6. Okay? So that many possibilities will be there. And it has to create a software clone, again put that, if it does not work, delete that, again enable it. Okay? So this many, so getting into one iPhone, if it is a 6-pin, it may take 4 to 5 months. That is why if you see the cases when such digital evidences are there, it will not happen immediately. Like the hearing will not happen immediately because it takes time to get into any phone also. Now with the coming up of AI, the things get speeded up. Okay. The tool itself, the version of the tool which we are using, it has recently given its AI version. Now what it does is, it creates the copies simultaneously, and also it uses its own algorithms to narrow down the number of searches. Suppose the combination is, for example, 1111. In a brute force, the next pattern will be 1112. Instead of doing that, it has its own list of what is the common username and what are the common pins the people use. It will first try to attempt that. Okay. Now that it gets based upon what LLM it has seen, and it has tried to scrape the data from various sources. Like what are the generic pins people use, 0000 or 1001. First it will try to use that, and then it will try to go for the brute force. So AI is coming to that. Now creating from hardware to software also AI has come. What happens when you create from hardware to software? It creates the entire replica of that iPhone. Suppose this is, I am having iPhone 12. It will create iPhone 12 another replica. So that itself used to take 1 to 2 hours. With the coming up of AI, it itself has specific models. It just needs to set some settings or just to scrape the metadata of this phone into the simulated model of the AI what it has generated. So that keeps, it has narrowed down the time from 6 months to 3.5 to 4 months. So that is how the things are speeding up. But again, now with AI coming up, iPhone has also increased its encryption technology. And now again, there is as I said, this is a cat and mouse game. So with their encryption technology, what happens is, the time to copy the latest iPhone has also increased. Okay, to make a software model of that. So again, it takes time. So again, some tools will come which will try to speed it up. This is what.
And sir, how can students and faculties can collaborate with Souvenir? Is there?
Yeah, again, it depends upon the scope. So see, for forensic case, we really do not entertain much because it is again coming under the LEA perspective. So those labs are very much restricted. It is only accessible to the LEA, the law enforcement authorities. But for the other cases like incident response, the threat intelligence, malware analysis, the Cybersecurity, for that, if you have if you want any collaboration, you can mail to incident@cert. And another, there is trainings@cert-in.org. So there are 2 email IDs or point of contact which you can mail your message.
Thank you so much.
Shall we conclude now? So, as we conclude today's discussion, one message emerges very clearly that the future of science will not belong to isolated disciplines. It will emerge through convergence of biology with computation, healthcare with artificial intelligence, sustainability with data science, and innovation and ethics and responsibility. Artificial intelligence is rapidly becoming a powerful scientific partner. However, its success will ultimately depend upon human wisdom, ethical governance, cybersecurity preparedness, interdisciplinary collaboration, and societal trust. Today's panel has highlighted not only the immense opportunities ahead, but also the importance of building responsible, inclusive, and sustainable scientific ecosystem for the future. And with this, I would like to thank you all very much, and I would like to call upon Santosh Saraf sir and Dr. Rajnikant sir to do the honors of felicitation. Sir, may I request you to kindly join us for the felicitation program. I would like to request Dr. Rajnikant sir and Dr. Santosh Saraf sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Ajay Pandey sir. May I request Dr. Rajnikant sir and Saraf sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Rudra Gowda sir next. Sir, I would like to request to kindly felicitate Dr. Vishal Thakkar sir. Sir, I would like to request you to kindly felicitate Dr. Gaurav Pant sir. I would like to request Dr. Padma ma'am and Mr. Ahmed Abrar sir to kindly felicitate our very own Saraf sir. May I request Dr. Manup to deliver the vote of thanks, please.
I know we're getting late for lunch, but things wouldn't be complete if I say what I wanted to for a very, very long time. When we thought that we would have a panel discussion on this topic, say about 6 months back, then everybody said that, why do we have an expert from so-and-so field? So we have somebody from the agriculture, from food, and from the different disciplines. And then the question, why surgeon has to come in? So I was very, very sure that unless we have the experts on board and they tell us the scope of what we need to do next, the conference wouldn't be complete. So the idea of this panel discussion was to set the tone for the conference. And I am sure with the kind of discussions we had with the young people participating, and trust me sir, they ask you more questions than they do when we are teaching them. So I believe we touched the chord right. And it is, as teachers, our role is more of mentoring them and to instigate the query, the question for picking up more research. So I'm extremely and sincerely thankful to all the panelists who took time out, and it went to be a long session that was very, very interesting. And this is where we start with BIOCOM 2026. So sincere thanks to all of you. And I think as much as we enjoyed, the delegates also enjoyed it alike. So thank you very much. I request all the dignitaries to join us for lunch in the HM restaurant, and the participants would go for lunch in the Happiness City. Thank you so very much. And after the lunch, we have the poster sessions. Thank you.